Yo. What up, Imbo? You're so pretty. I can't stand you. First off, I appreciate that. Second off, I did already get my first comment on YouTube that said, bro, that haircut, I can't take you seriously. Bitch, it's my same haircut, but with a fade. It's my same haircut. It's the exact. I did not cut this. It is the same hair I had, but with a fade. The fuck? Tell me you white without telling me you white. Bitch ass. You got motherfuckers out here. The hair from their temple over their ears. Talking about taking a haircut seriously. That's on my mama. So is it cooked? We just got here. I doubt it will be fully cooked, but we are going to take a look at it. Gotta get braids. That'll be a vibe. I could do some of the. I could do some like the very small like braid through here and pull it back. I've never gotten them done though. My mom can do braids. What up, Gromas? And that bouncer, thank you for the follow. Is that my boy Riker? You can't see the symbol then, can you? All right, there we go. We'll go TI. Go TI. About to see me in the street, but shawty, you don't know me. You holler when you speak, remember you don't know me. Save all the hating and the plotting, pimping, you don't know me. Quit telling people you're my partner, listen, you don't know me. Don't be a grouper, keep it moving, shawty, you don't know me. I ain't tripping, cause the truth is really, you don't know me. Yeah, you know they call me T.I., but you don't know me. They be hating and I see why, cause you don't know me. Might have seen me in the street, but shawty, you don't know me. And T.I. is such a gangster. T.I. was really built different. Hey, MacroBioBoi. This is Folks. Another Diablo gaming news update. This week, Activision Blizzard. Bobby Kotick is back to his old shenanigans. This hat's gonna fall off. What's the best way to get Indira's this season? Indira's memory? You want to kill Beast in the Ice or Belial and pick Beast in the Ice? Hey folks, this is Riker. Another Diablo gaming news update. This week, Scatman John. Are we really ready to return to Scat World? Ugh, Scat World is not a good term. All right, so let's think about the build. I'm the Scatman. Skibbity-biddy-boop-biddy-boop. Yo, better poop. Skibbity-biddy-boop, better poop. Yo, better poop. Da-ba-da-ba-dee-da-boop, better poop. Ba-boop, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dee-da-boop, better poop. Ba-boop, ba-da-ba-da-ba-dee-da-boop, better poop. Oh, what's my best Sanguivore? Excuse me. I have a lot of Sanguivore. To see me in the street, but shawty, you don't know. Holla when you speak, remember you don't know. Oh, I need a GA on the chance to double. Ooh! Nobody pray for me. Living all day for me. Well, yep. I remember syrup sandwiches and crumble almonds, finessing with some. But now I'm counting this. Prince Parmesan Maya County to the end of this. You need GA chance to cast twice. That's kind of crazy. Good damage roll on it too. All right, yeah, we're definitely using this one. See me in the street, but shawty, you don't know me. You holler when you speak, remember you don't know me. Do you need it? Or you can triple masterwork crit it. Bang, bang. Okay, so that's gonna be mine. Well. I'm gonna put life here. We'll see how much int we can get also. Any news about a balance patch? We do not have any news. Silk Taipan. We do not. It's kind of interesting. Like, let's go to Hell Tides, right? Now, obviously, you know, Sork is an outlier here with the like overpower snapshot. We got 111, 110, 109, 108, 101. Now, Spiritborn. Now, here's the thing. Spiritborn is like... Spiritborn needs love. It needs love. I don't disagree with that on a fundamental level, but I'm wondering, what are we hoping builds will do? I think Pit 100 should be an accomplishment. Now that even if you're willing to run Pit 50 in 30 seconds, you always have a chance to upgrade your glyph. It's so funny too. It's like, we couldn't level up glyphs before. And we were like, man, there should at least be a small chance. And they added more than a small chance. And it's like, no, that small chance isn't big enough. So it's never actually that the community wanted at least a chance to do it. What they actually meant was, no matter how trash tier my build is, I should be able to do it easily. And I'm trying to figure out whether or not it's the elitist gatekeeper in me that doesn't vibe with that, or if I think that there's legitimately a game design hole on either side of the argument. Like, I don't know. Being a Necromancer main makes you so jaded too, because people are like, how could you ever complain? The Necromancer, other than a bugged build, the Necromancer is the strongest. I'm like, well, sure, we're currently the strongest over an overperforming build, and we're currently second strongest to a bugged build. Have you watched us run the pit? Have you watched Necromancer gameplay?
You subscribe
Do you know
to a bad
how
content creator.
heinously unfucking fun it is to play the Necromancer?
A real one.
Yo, Anonymous, thank you so much for the gift sub. So I need to make sure that my consideration of balance and what is healthy for the game is not like fully informed by a bit of spite from how... Are these their Paragon? Oh, okay. I thought those were their Paragon levels. I was like, excuse me? I don't know. I think the Spiritborn does need some help, but I do think that we should probably look to... I don't know. What is the golden standard? Maybe Necro Pets will be back next season. Minions are running pit tier 97 right now. They don't need to come back. They're fine. $98 now. If you can post the top time on multiple builds with disparate gear, that's insane. Necro minions have been a solid build now for quite a while. Is pit tier, let's say pit tier 110 is where exceptional builds should get to. And most builds should be in the 80 to 100 range. For like real balance. And the difference between 80 and 100 is huge, don't get it wrong, but like it's like 16 times or 18 times the amount of damage that you need to be doing. But is that a bad thing? I don't know the answer to that question, I'll be honest with you. We're going to be using skirmishers with raise an extra skirmisher. So I don't need corpse explosion. Here's another issue with Army of the Dead. It has 3 scalable passives. Man, our life is like truly hard. And like, we're just gonna have to overpower, right? Dude, I'm like pretty angry at this build. Nico Pebbles, thank you so much for the new sub. Welcome on in. Enjoy your no ads, enjoy your emotes. Everybody enjoy your free head. I have 17 skill points. Where do I put them? Lucky hit chance, minions can survive, movement speed, spiked armor. Like, we have to get this to overpower. There's no question. It only has a duration of like 7 seconds. I can't build into the overpower multi. I have to build into the vuln multi. Doesn't Variana have some kind of... Next hit. Oh me. That is crazy work. I mean, there's literally nothing else to... Maybe I don't even need that. Maybe the ranks from the sword are enough. How... What up, Hawk? Carlos, thank you so much for the 3 months, friend. Thank you, thank you. ¿Qué pasó? Muchas gracias, mi amigo. Are minions bad? No, minions are great. They're about a B tier build. They're doing... Actually, they might be above B tier at this point. They're doing pit tier 97. Seeing Golem, see. Pero a lot of people get rid of the Golem. Necesito jugar con Golem. Porque it's just not fun. No me gusta sin Golem. Thank you, Grim. Minions are better than the minions class itself. That's so just real quick. Yes, a Barb minion build is currently stronger than a regular minion build. It's actually an Earthquake build, and it is because of a bug. But yes, from a design standpoint, Necromancer minions suck because Ring of Mendeln is how they do damage. I'll one temper and I'll get there. Is Sebagil Mendel? No. You don't play with the Golem? Oh, you will. I'm sorry, you won't play without the Golem. Okay, sorry. You said la verdad, no juego con Golem. Lo siento. How good is Thorns? I have no idea. I literally refuse to touch Thorns. because the Necromancer does not actually have a way to scale thorns. Hold on. Yes, if you're only using mages, service, and sacrifice is good. Probaras. Bloodlance? Probaras. ¿Cómo se dice probaras en inglés? Oh, sí. Sí, pero Bloodlance is weak because of what they changed. It doesn't do good damage in AoE to multiple targets, but they made single target damage better. But they really hurt its ability to clear out all the monsters before the boss. So, okay, so here's my thing with Sanguivore. This weapon is strictly not a minion weapon. Which minion is worth sacrificing? For what? I'm confused by the question. Blizzard must increase the cap of AOTD and buff the new weapon.
Thanks.
The fundamental issue with Army of the Dead is not how much damage the skill Army of the Dead can do. It is its lack of scalability and the lack of options for... So the lack of options for scalability and the fact that you can't make it consistently overpower in comparison to other damage. And buffing the sword won't make it better. The sword needs to fundamentally change how it works. Needing to click Raise Skeleton 20 times every 7 seconds is a bad gameplay loop. You could use Blood Surge and Cruor's Embrace. Yes, I can use gloves that are bad for the build, that don't increase the build's damage, to make it suck less to play, but to make it weaker. In the pit, you don't make the build weaker and suck less to play. You make it suck more to play and stronger. That's how pit pushing works. Hit 80 carries, 5 billion per 5 runs. That's actually crazy work. Hit 80 carries. 5 billion for 5 runs. Hit 80. Hit 80. They need to rewrite Evan Piercer. Evan Piercer is great. The issue with Blight is that Blight doesn't do damage. Evan Piercer, the amulet at this point, is in a great spot. I'm so sure. What? Yeah. Wait. So here's my thing. What if... Thank you very much, Lazarus. I appreciate that. What if, even though a new update is available, what if, even though this sword isn't for minions, I just run... Literally no update? What if you just run it as a minion build anyways, even though this sword doesn't do anything for your minions at all? Like, we still just run men down. We just run kind of bad minions. Because we have to run warriors. So we can't use sacrificial. But if we run mages anyway, rather than the 20% vuln multi, we get a 15% multi. How does one answer the question of, is the Maxwell guide correct? The Mobilytics build seems better. You ask them what they believe is better, and then you answer honestly whether or not you believe that thing is better or worse. There isn't a better build guide out there than the max roll build guides, but the guides may be attempting to accomplish two very different things. The reality is that when you consider optimization and you're willing to see what others in the community do, you will be forced to move towards the optimal setup. So there really can't be a difference. Like, you can't make a better Bone Storm build than a Bone Storm build that I make, because there are just the things that do scale Bone Storm and the things that don't. And the only difference between those two build guides would be your access to information. Whoever knows more may know more about what is optimal, but the other one would only be slightly off. And then once you read what somebody else has created as optimal, the only thing that's available would be to copy that thing. Now, luckily, we tend to get it right the first time, but two builds may just be trying to accomplish two different things. You know, I don't think it's ego to say that you can, if you just know the game, you will come to the correct conclusion. Which build is the most efficient at solo farming Infernal Hordes? Blood Surge. Back to my minion build, have the sword and pants, just need men down the highest I'm at. Tier 43. You're trying to perfect your minion build, you have the sword? This sword? This sword is not a minion build sword. I would highly recommend using a different sword. Excuse me. This sword does nothing to increase the damage output of a minion build. But what if that's just like... fine. Do minions represent the amount of damage loss even just from the Affliction key passive? Alright, Mac. Mac, listen to me here, bud. Get away from the concept that it's just better to sacrifice minions. Get away from that idea. What are the benefits in not sacrificing the minions? You don't have to use a cult dominion. That lets you use Blood Getters or Cursed Aura. Does the sword do anything good for any builds? This sword? Yeah, it does good for Army of the Dead. It's a sword made to increase Army of the Dead's damage. And it outperforms the other aspects that you could have available to you. We just run minions anyways. We just run men down. You don't need Flicker Step. You reset the cooldown immediately. It's a minion build. Because you have to use... So, okay. Here's how this sword works. You need to be able to generate enough corpses and eat enough corpses in 7 seconds over the duration of it for it to do damage. Be able to generate enough corpses and reset the cooldown in 7 seconds. You need a lot of lucky hit chance. One of the ways that you get that much lucky hit chance is by running, at the very least, skeleton warriors. You would run skirmishers with +1 skirmisher and a cult, just so that you can have 7 minions, because Hellbent Commander increases your summon damage. Army of the Dead does not do minion damage, it does summon damage. Sadly, Hellbent Commander is the only scaler of summon damage that we have available to us. So this build will use Hellbent Commander, Coalesce Blood, and Reaper's Pursuit as its passive base damage scaling. Minions already don't use a attacks twice temper.
because minions damage only comes from men down. So we don't need to make men down do damage. We can use generic damage multipliers, because then men down, which scales off of us, and the sword, which scales off of us, would both do more damage. Hold on, I'm seeing the fucking matrix. We save an aspect slot, which lets us get blood getters. Although, hold on, we run all the minions, and we run Fist of Fate and Ahu Kek, because we only need Unyielding Commander, Grasping Veins, and then as much lucky hit chance as we can get to be able to trigger Ahu Zan as often as we can. Zan doesn't work for men down. God damn it. No problem. GG on the pit 85. Okay, I've seen the Matrix. I've seen the Matrix. I've found it wanting, but I've seen it nonetheless. So here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here's what you do. Here is the thing that you do. Here is what you do. We're not gonna need this. Get that out of there. I'm gonna use Bone Prison. What was that? Here's what you do. You run men down. Run Blood Moon Breaches. You run Air. You run Shroud. You run Fists of Fate. You run Unyielding. You run Grasping Veins. You run Cursed Aura. Chong, thank you so much for the $5, friend. Thank you very much for the super chat. Toss a like up on there. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, I like that your profile picture is a very astute monk with a very bald head standing on some boulders. That's funny. What up, Teo? How you going? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? This is the build. You have 2 aspects. You're on Flesh Eater. Blood begets blood. Scent of death. Frailty. Yep. Then the only other thing I need is Dead Razor. Yep, Dead Razor. Dead Razor works. Actually, we don't use Dead Razor, right? Oh, Apogeic, though. Yeah, it is Apogeic. We'll get crit chance from somewhere else. Oh, what does Beastmaster say? Good and bad. I designed it for myself, and you're also a Buddhist? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. It's also funny because it looks like a penis. Does Beastmasters increase Army of the Dead's damage? Would Service and Sacrifice make a Cult Dominion worth getting? I'm confused by the question. If you're running a minion build, you want a Cult Dominion. That's regardless of Service and Sacrifice. I just thought of this. Would Howl from Below, when it summons volatile skirmishers, be considered a summon? It doesn't summon anything. Those are just really cool looking missiles. Yeah. It doesn't actually say increase summoning damage. It says your summons. And Army of the Dead also doesn't summon things. These are also just cool looking missiles. I know that sucks, but that's just how the words work. See, it doesn't grant me summon damage. Or maybe it will. Hold on, let's see. Does grant me summon damage. Let's go. Alright, so I'm going to assume that it will work, but let's test it. Oh, I don't... $1,052. What with the power of 2 ranks to ultimate? What with the power... The Vehement Brawler? That's not particularly valuable for us because we have stronger damage multipliers that are available. So 1052 versus... Thank God. Okay. It does work. Okay. I see what you're saying. You know what? Let's double check. You know what? They have changed things I did not expect them to change without announcing it in the past. I am positive this does not work this way, but let's check it. 488. 488. Good. Yeah, that really shouldn't say summon with a capital S. Do you know how much higher mythic drops are in T4 compared to T3? I don't know that anybody has an exact data point for it, only that it is higher. but I can tell you that even if not mythics, just the ancestral drop rate is higher. So the answer is yes, absolutely. It is better to be in T4 than T3. Do I think the Necromancer is stronger than the Sork this season? You would have to define what you think stronger means. And then I'm still going to give you a very nebulous answer. What up, Sidewinder? So, here's what we do. We do this. We do this. Get rid of that. We get some good boots. These are good boots. Put on some good Blood Moon breeches. Little BMBs, some little breechies. That is a good pair of breechies. That is a less good pair. That is a pretty hard pair. What are these pairs? 2 to Hellbent. Put these ones back on. We need Fists of Fate. Wish I had better ones than those, to be honest. To be quite honest. I'm gonna use these ones. We need my Hellbent Commander, Amy. Huge. What up, Dread? How you doing? I do believe that the mythic drop rate is a constant. It is number of drops, which inherently increases chance of seeing mythic per attempt. I think that's accurate. Of the word nebulous. I'm a big fan of nebulous. How we doing, Stefano? Oh. I need my best Ringo Mendeln. That's a bad one. It's actually a kind of fine one, but that's a bad one. Oh, it's kind of fine. Oh, girl, you kind of fine. Alright, mine's the best one I'm gonna get. And then I need a good rang. If you liked it, then you should have put a rang on it. Sorry, I do need all these pieces of gear real quick. Thank you, Makina. Have a good one. Can't see what I come up with? Well, hopefully I come up with something pretty fun. If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. Doesn't matter what you say, ain't on it. If you liked it, then you should have put a ring on it. So, Wildfire, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I see you enjoy my
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
impression of Miss
You're a real
Beyonce. A Beyonce. Thank you very much. Am I getting an error? I'm not. Or maybe I don't know what we're referring to, but I don't believe I'm getting an error. Thank you very much, Wildfire. Enjoy your free head. Also, why am I still over here?
So,
Why would
You
we run men
subscribe to a
down?
bad content
Because we're
creator.
actually going to be a minion build.
You're a real one.
MacroBioBoi. Thank you.
Hello.
We can't force this to overpower all the time, and we won't overpower enough with Cax for it to matter. So taking the overpower sacrifice as opposed to the vulnerable sacrifice doesn't make a lot of sense. Vulnerable would give us more consistent damage output. If you consider the fact that skeleton mages will give you a 15% increase to damage as opposed to a 20% increase in damage, and that by having the 3 mages out, then you don't have to run Occult Dominion, meaning you can run Cursed Aura on your boots, which regains you a rune word. That comes out to be a larger net positive. And at the point that I'm going to have 5 skirmishers and 3 shadow mages running around, they might as well do Mendeln damage. Since Mendeln doesn't care about their damage at all and we can just scale it from our own damage, then we can actually make Mendeln do real... Oh, shit. Does Unyielding Commander increase Mendeln? It has to. We'll assume it does, and I won't test it because I don't want to. But by that token, basically, we're just going to scale summon damage, which works for Army of the Dead already, which will already increase our base minion damage. We already have to put the passive ranks into our minions to get the bonus for Army of the Dead in the first place. So we might as well just bring the men down anyways and just continue to scale our generic damage since our minions scale off of us. And at that point, I guess we are a minion build? So it's like... against all odds, it might be kind of okay to just also run the minions. Is Army of the Dead a minion attack? No, Mendeln is not for Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead is not minions. It's just a bunch of missiles that look like skeletons. Our skeletons are just going to be swanging weapons. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Feel like the thing you should have put a ring on it. And that's where I'm at with my walk with Jesus, you know? Rolling deep, decided to dip. I didn't want to trip, cause everybody noticed me. Up on news, up on TV, don't pay me any attention. Dun, 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 like a 10 cent about a bee. If you like the thing, you should have put a ring on it. Did I do my hair differently? Yeah, I gave myself a haircut. On you, don't pay any attention. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, does Shade Mist still count as your minions, Mendeln? That'd be funny. Fun builds are usually the worst. I guess it depends on how you define fun. If you mean a thing which is different, different tends to be worse because good would already be normalized. So I guess I agree with that concept. No, they fixed it. Would be overpowering? No. Not in any meaningful way. I could run... Igni Cax? Back to your question. I'm not sure what the snapshot part of that question means. So, Vehement Brawler, your question is explain to me why Vehement Brawler isn't the best option here. Vehement Brawler effectively is a 30% damage multi across the board, so that's generic. That one's fine. Is your head way bigger today, or is it just me? Your head area, not your head specifically. I'm wearing black against a black screen, and I have a large head. I don't know if people know this, but I have a large fucking noggin. But yeah, so I'm in black, and I'm against a black backdrop. I am this shape. The shape of my shirt takes my shoulders and brings them down. I already have slooped shoulders. So you take a silhouette with a big head, and you make it so that a slimming effect is on the part of the body that supports the other object. The other object looks bigger. And just as a quick aside, and I'm not truly offended, we, as a people, unless somebody is inviting it, should stop, and I mean this, ever fucking commenting on anything about another human being's physicality, ever. You know all those things that you're kind of self-conscious about, and you try to play it off, and other people tell you, don't even worry about that. No, that looks fine. And you know in your heart they're just being nice to you. Imagine if often those things just got brought up, and if you don't respond calmly, you're an asshole. Let's just stop commenting on people's physicality in its entirety. Always, no matter the context, unless they've invited you to do so. No, and that's why I said, I'm not offended. I think you're actually just talking about an optical illusion. I do just have a very large head, and I'm self-conscious about it. So even if we are doing it in a way where we're not meaning to be offensive, let's just never do it. Just ever. Even if it could be interpreted a different way. I'm not scaled up. I am not different. I am not, my camera's not different. I'm not at a different angle. I'm not at a different zoom. I haven't done anything other than do this. This is where I normally am. This is just what I am. Does it mean you can't call me handsome? I am perfectly okay with people calling me handsome. A lot of people don't want you to comment on it. They don't want to call you, hey, beautiful. They don't want you to talk about their smile. They mostly just want to be left alone. But no, my scale isn't different. My zoom isn't different. My camera position isn't different. I'm not using a different aspect ratio. I'm wearing a black shirt. It makes my head look bigger. why I can't wear hats. Do the math. And that's for a snug fit. I got a big head.
Hey, folks.
Yeah. We're gonna have like no maximum life, huh? So I was gonna roll maximum life off of this. Holy shit! Do we not? Where do you normally get maximum life from? I also have no armor. Okay, so and again, M-Plant. I'm legitimately not offended. I am letting you know that while I can understand I believe that I've detected a difference in a stream setup. It like let's think about all the other ways that we could ask the question, where it's not about the person's body. It's about how their body looks. Are you wider? No, I don't mean you, but I mean like, is the aspect ratio making it look like your body's wider? Is still inherently commenting on the person's physicality. There's no good way to include a portion of the person's body in a question and have it be anything. I'll give you an alternative. Is the camera zoomed in? Oh no, I feel like it's normally more zoomed out. Doesn't say anything about the person's body, but does let that person know. You watch often enough that there might be some minuscule difference between a setting and a previous setting. I'm not sure how much value that is, right? Because like, what's the answer? I go, yep, and then like it's done, or like, nope, and it's done either way. But ever referring to the person's body is inherently commenting on the person's body. The haircut doesn't do justice. The Riker hat was good. Hey, real quick, everybody. Why the fuck is everybody having an opinion about my goddamn haircut? What's happening? It's my same fucking haircut, but I shaved the sides of my head. I don't need affirmation about my haircut. I would just like everybody to stop letting me know when they don't personally like my fucking haircut. Go get a different haircut. You go get a fucking haircut. God, fuck. Did I put a sign behind me? Rusty, thank you for the follow. Oh, I run slow. Thank you so much for the prime. I'm sorry if I missed that. How about y'all go get a fucking haircut? Let me know how it goes. Send me a picture in the Discord. I guess it's this. How fucking dare you, Grims? You take your 1 second, and you know what you did. Oh, fuck, man. Man, I have a cool chat. I have cool people in my chat, and they're definitely cool. You haven't had a haircut since 2016? That's pretty powerful. Over the pandemic, I went like 2 years without getting a haircut. I fucking hated it. Yeah. I just wanted to shave the sides of my head so I could look a little bit douchier. Just a little bit douchier. I just wanted to look a little bit more like a douchebag. You know what I mean? You know, like, you just like, just a little bit, you're like, man. A little bit, when somebody tells their friend about me, I want them to have to go, no, he's actually a good guy. Like, I wanted to look a little bit more like that. And I think I should be able to do that, you know? I thought this was a free country, man. I want to look a little bit more like a douche. Yeah. You know, somebody said, what'd you say? Ragnar? So fun story about Ragnar. If you didn't know, there is a fetishization of Norse culture here in the United States. I don't know what it's like over in Europe, but here in the United States, there is this fetishization of Norwegian, Scandinavian, in general culture. You got the Finnish, you got the Danes, you got the Swedes. You got all of them in there. And there was this show, Vikings. Right? Vikings is great. You got Ragnar. Everybody likes Ragnar. What I liked most about Ragnar, what a lot of the kind of guys who are really into Vikings as a concept seem to gloss over real quick, is like one of those first scenes in Vikings where Ragnar invites the indentured servant that they have to come have a threesome. I thought that was crazy work. But the kind of dudes who are fetishizing this will very, very quickly ignore the inherent non-heteronormativity of that. But the kind of dudes who are really into it also aren't kind of great dudes, you know? Like a lot of projection, a lot of toxic masculinity, a lot of am strong, am hard, love me. And it comes from a place of, you know, lacking emotional support, and it comes from a place of wanting to be loved, I hope. But they also kind of are really fucking douchebags often. And they're a real problem at the Renaissance Fair that I go to. Because Vikings got popular, and all these white American dudes were like, fuck yeah, let's be about being Norse and about being heathens and pagans, and let's also get weirdly nationalistic and white supremacist about it. Fucking weird. And these dudes are just always fucking assholes at the Ren Fair. Which ruins it for other people who just like the aesthetic. And have really, really, really good garb. Like handmade stuff. And it sucks. Because they kind of ruin it for everybody. What's up with my haircut? Oh, I was in a fire. Yeah. Yeah, I was in a hair fire. Yeah, it was crazy. It was just a hair fire. Forgets that he is the All-Father and not the Some-Father is fucking powerful. There's a university who actually had a course covering Skyrim. That's interesting. It's my douchebag hair zoomed in. There we go. Good callback joke. Chaos, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Isn't that like a Morrissey song? Hairfire? I actually don't get the reference. I'm sorry. His hair is on fire. His hair is on fire. Oh, we'll do Essence here? Yeah. I guess we will. Essence here actually really sucks. What about... Dominate. That's also pretty bad.
Tie for all the great content, Ragnar.
Furian. Thank you very much for the 3 months. Thank you for all the great content, Ragnar. I didn't end up watching the majority of Vikings, but heard it's good. This guy's a phony. He doesn't even watch Vikings. Hey, this guy's a phony. What are the other... I'm gonna do corporeal. So I guess Corporeal goes on to Frailty. Did I have Gravekeeper already? Fuck, I do. What up, Wahoo? Just watch your Bone Storm build and tried out great damage, but I'm not a fan of the snapshot part of the build. Is there any way to scale Bone Storm? No. That's the issue. So in the video, I tried to cover the fact that you could get up to pit tier 75 on just plain Bone Storm, maybe 78, and that's as high as it will go. If you got insane gear, maybe 80. But the answer is no, the plain Bone Storm damage can't scale any higher because a build that can overpower should overpower. So dropping the aspect to be able to get it to overpower gains you access to like 10 to 15 times damage. It's just strictly the only way to play the build if you're trying to do hard content. Hey, thank you very much, Vampire. Question, your blood spirit build, wouldn't it be more efficient to temper ring, weapon, neck, and gauntlets and overpower instead of attack speed? Nope. Not at all. So attack speed makes us attack faster, which is a massive increase to our damage output. Overpower damage goes into a hyper oversaturated overpower additive bucket. Since we're an overpower build, we get thousands upon thousands, like 80 to 100 times your damage worth of additive just from building into maximum life. So by putting overpower damage on every single piece of gear you could have, you would increase your damage by about 10%. Versus the amount of increased attack speed that you put on the build increases your damage by... We can actually look at it. So what, we get 64 blood attack speed? No, we get 80% blood attack speed. So on a two-hander, we go from the 23% attack speed breakpoint down to the 16. So that's 7/24.
You subscribe to a bad content creator.
Which is a 30% increase in damage output. It's just significantly better to attack faster. Anonymous, thank you so much for the gift sub. Enjoy your free head. And Ron Kubi, thank you for the gift sub. Enjoy your free head. How are we doing, Papa Big? No problem, Wahoo. You think Norseman is the better Vikings? It might be. You have a Prime sub? Hey, if you're going to give it to somebody, give it to your favorite content creator. If you give it to me, that's what's up. I hate all the aspects Bone Storm requires. Can you speak on that? Oh, thank you very much. Oh. Hey. Hey, I just read your name. Look, trying to remember somebody's name across two different platforms, it's challenging. That's all I'll say. All right, it's challenging. Frailty? Okay. Call that a day. Now let's temper. What are we trying to temper here? Definitely don't need Bone Storm duration. And then, hold on, I still don't have any armor. That's not good. That's no bueno. That's some armor. New sword buffs minions and AOTD. No, new sword buffs AOTD. Infamous video when? A long time from now, I would say. Same gear on my stats, wasn't sure I should already temper it because my gear now is already good. Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that part of the question for you, but tempering on additive damage, basically on the Necromancer, tempering on additive damage is never the right answer, but 99.9% of the time. You only ever do it when there is no other possible valuable stat. Why is the tempering not clearing your last choice one of the most impactful changes this season? It is both the best thing and also the worst thing. It's kind of funny. Why run Fist of Fate instead of another aspect such as making Curse cause vulnerable? Because Fist of Fate says lucky hit chance. And a lot of it. But I'm not sure why I would want Curse cause vulnerable. We'll already have 100% uptime on vulnerable. And Fist of Fate applies vulnerable. But it's the lucky hit chance that makes Fist of Fate so valuable. Also, on average, it's a 50% damage multiplier, which is stronger than the vast majority of other damage multipliers you could get. What are we using a lucky hit chance to do? Proc Ahu, as well as cooldown reduction, barrier generation, corpse production. We need a lot of lucky hits so that we can proc Cax very efficiently. And cooldown reduction very efficiently so that we can spam Army of the Dead. And we might still try to run Zan anyways. I just don't know how we're gonna do it. Is the 60 additive or multiplicative? Oh, for the souls? Oh, the souls don't do the souls are supremely inconsequential. Can I explain to you the plan for this build? Cast Army of the Dead as often as possible. No golem, no golem. Level work for the pit. Do you need to be able to do 15 tiers higher than the level of gem to get +2? I don't know the exact level, I'll be honest with you. Leveling aspect worth for the overpower sever build? It is not. Overpowering once every 20 seconds is not worth an aspect when you can overpower more often than that on the build already. Blood boiling is only relevant when you can snapshot it onto something. I don't have a Nagu. What? How do I not have a Nagu? You think the souls actually do a good amount of damage? The souls do 100% weapon damage scaling as a base. But the souls are completely inconsequential. Do I need a Nagu? I do need a Nagu. Do you have a Nagu? Can I buy a Nagu from you? Chocolate hater. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Diablo.trade. Oh no. I don't want no scrub. Scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. $400 million golds. So join me, thank you. Now, also, let me see this fit though. I'm gonna go to Karagar. You use the new shit two-handed sword? Yep. That's why I got a sword in my hand. And the boost from soul self? I'm well aware. Yeah. I said what I said in full understanding of how it functioned. Their base scaling is 100% of your weapon damage. Each skeleton from Army of the Dead's base scaling is 427 weapon damage. And Ring of Men down is what? 1200% weapon scaling. So each soul will be doing 1/12 of a single Ring of Men down proc. So I'm not too impressed. And an aspect which does not increase Army of the Dead's damage and only increases the soul's damage, I'm also not much impressed by. Thank you. Appreciate you. Every 5 seconds, get a proc. Pretty bad. I got 1 starfish, thank you. I think we just run Zal here. No, we run Warcry. We don't. We run Zal. I don't have fucking Warcry. I've killed so many bots. How do I not have 1 of each rune? like sincerely, how do I not? It seems insane, honestly. Okie dokie. Temper. Temper now. Mr. Dre, Mr. NWA, Mr. AK coming straight out of Compton. Y'all better make way. How the gonna tell this man not to be violent? Because he don't need to go the same route that I did. Been there, done that. Oh, fuck it. What am I saying? Shoot 'em both, Brady. Where the gun at? Bang. Bang. Mr. NWA, Mr. AK coming straight out of Compton. Y'all better make way. Damn, dude. Sirius, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Enjoy your free head. Need to get your sorceress to level 60? You gotta go. You gotta go, you gotta go. NWA, Mr. AK, straight out of Compton, y'all better make way. How the you gonna tell this man not to be violent? I gotta go the same route that I went. How did I expect to manage resistances?
Use it well. The stars made manifest.
Good enough. All right, now I need resources. Okay. My mercenary could also help. What mercenary was I going to use? I could use Rahir. Rahir helps. Yeah. Well, how much attack speed do I have, though? Well, I'm not done rolling stuff. Not done rolling stuff. Okay. Here's what I do.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What'd you need?
There we go. And then the other idea. Alright, so we're definitely using that. Definitely using this. Execute, sure. Is there anybody that you should watch to learn more about Spiritborn? Wudijo and Chronix. Just watch Bonestorm vid. How come you don't use the ult damage aspect? Because you don't really cast the ult often enough. And resetting back down to 1 at the end of it isn't particularly valuable. Unlike other ultimate skills, you don't spam Bonestorm. You cast it very slowly, so it takes a long time before you would even see a benefit from it. Mr. Dre. Actually, my stuff is actually kind of fine, right? I mean, I have to drink potions, but... So I guess I'll... Oh, what? We're not done. Oh, I have no restore resource. Fuck. Well, rings bricked. What can you do? What can you do? Okay, that's got to be good enough. I don't think I can run this, though. That sucks. Do they have patch notes out? You would know about a patch coming. It wouldn't just drop like a hotfix. Patches and hotfixes are two very different things. You will know about what would be coming in a patch. Y'all better make way. Fudge. Fudge me. Fudge me right in the fudge. Got a 1.2 gig update. Oh. That's actually a thing. Ignore me. If they were actually making balance changes to the game, you would be aware of that. I think is a better way of framing it. I guess I try to roll the max life here into something more meaningful. Asperamus, thank you so much for the gift sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hellbent Gloom is actually so insane. For a build I'm not running. Do you have an Ohm rune? I do not. I don't even have an Ohm rune for me. Hellbent Commander Gloom is exactly what you run on actual minions. Oh, I should take Gloom. You could buy one on Diablo.trade for fairly cheap. I should take this Gloom. The attack speed is literally better for my build. I refuse to play. Like I'm giving up having the best possible amulet for a minion build without getting multiple GAs. Oh my god, it would be literally, it would be perfect. One in a million amulet, it would be perfect for a build I refuse to play. Why am I even thinking about it? I don't care. All right. We got attack speed. How you gonna tell this man not to be violent? Yeah, go to Diablo.trade, cheatery. It'll be like 500 million gold. Falcon, thank you for the follow. Do I want to roll crit chance off of this item? I'm gonna get more crit chance. I don't want crit chance on this item. It's fine.
Right
Just,
honor,
okay. It's fine.
right or soul.
So for right now, we need Grasping Veins. Thanks for answering the calculation question on macro. No problem, Falcon. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I hope that helps, by the way. It turns out that when you're trying to figure out the difference between these things, it's quite literally just you got to do the math, and there's no other way around it. You, I guess? You hit all three on CDR on Shaco? That's nasty. Math is hard. I'm American. Can this build do tier 80 off the rip? I'll need to go get some masterworking materials. This is going to suck a little bit, but that's okay. Let's see.
No fears, dear. We'll be up to the task.
Any builds use Grandfather? Minions can. What elixir would a minion build use? Typically maximum life. Would grandfather work better for the sword that I'm using? No. This grants a larger damage multiplier for Army of the Dead. You max roll guys should gamble IRL? What? What does that mean? Isn't max life the best elixir overall? It is a high value elixir. None of them are the best overall. That just ignores that like stats exist that can be relevant to other builds. Feels like Army of the Dead is the weakest of the ultimates. Yeah, it really sucks. It's like really, really not good. Okay. Did I make 34 billion gold with or without trading? No, with trading, it's impossible to make this much gold.
Lives in here.
Impossible. Ooh, why am I now dying? Very quickly. Don't dare stop me, minions. Excuse you? Excuse me. somehow has worse ability to single out individual targets. Wow-wee. Wow-wee. You mix with the corpse exploding gloves and skeleton skin, other sources of skin. The gloves aren't minions. Power from below doesn't summon minions, actually, even though it says summons with capital S. It's a long-held, proper misunderstanding of how the thing works. The dead ends in the pit are a crime, are a crime. They are a crime. This is just like, it's just like worse than Bone Storm. It's crazy. Oh. Oh, that one overpowered. You know what that means. We can actually do damage. He was a gentleman. If he won't find out, we'll find out. There's a good thing about this part of town. Fall Out Boy slaps. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear nothing. Fall Out Boy is the tits. Oh, a dead end. I don't care who knows it. You are the last good thing about this part of town. Where are all these little emos living where they're in like a hobunk, you know, like backwater town where they simultaneously have access to modern pop culture but also like only live in Ohio? Is it just Ohio? Is that where this is all happening? Where is your boyfriend now? I know he is a gentleman. Maybe he won't find out. I know. I'm out here fighting for my life. This is with Fists of Fate on, my guy. My brother in Christ. Wowee.
Don't hardly broke a sweat.
What up, Miles? Yo, thank you, pre-built. Yeah, you have to use Golem with Fell Gluttony on bosses, Exo. How do we make it overpowered? Zan, but... Okay. Okay, here's what we do.
Wear the stars around your neck. Here you are.
Here's what we do. I give up on this idea I had. This idea was nothing. That never happened. Okay? We all agree that didn't happen. He was a gentleman.
Maybe this young find out that now he was a gentleman. Maybe he won't find out. I know. That's good.
May your road be filled with wonders.
Okay. Okay. Is the Belial Fear boss power?
We'll need
Wow.
soft knives in here.
I get why you're asking. I'm going to say no. We do not want monsters running away from us. Really, ever. Best way to scale Poison Breath boss power is Necromancer. There isn't a good way to scale it. But the best way would be generic damage multipliers that work for damage over time and the vulnerable status, but I can't stress enough, we can't scale it. We don't have ways of specifically scaling poison damage, and none of our things which scale dot work for poison. I would highly recommend not trying to. It's like they specifically go for the furthest away enemy. It's actually kind of crazy. Nope. Auf Wiedersehen. Hello? Hello, God? Hey, what up, pre-belt? Oh. Did I not click my ultimate? That's crazy work. I thought I did. This person's name is pre-built Quill, 25. I feel like I was killing significantly faster there, but for some reason also was weaker, and I don't know how. Look at my cool cat. How long will I be CC'd for? Imagine spamming a skill 20 times and it doesn't do damage. What? What? What was the fucking thought process? I'm desperate to know. Where can you find title? You want to get offensive aspects. You'd want to gamble for either the weapon that you want, like a two-handed mace, in case you don't have one yet, but if you do have one, focus. They're the cheapest thing that you can gamble. There's no way of target farming aspects. You want to gamble for them. You want to open up caches that could get them. You want to go check out the Pale Mark, the mercenary gambling. They'll often have aspects. Two-handed mace? Two-handed mace is the weapon that you want to use, but if you already have a good mace, you should instead gamble focuses, because you'll get twice as many foci as you will maces. Why not corpse explosion instead of raised skeleton? I want corpse explosion instead of raised skeleton. Well, corpse explosion is not going to secretly do damage, is the first thing. There's a very minor upside of being able to Increase lucky hit chance procs by spamming Corpse Explosion. But then I have to fit Corpse Explosion onto my skill bar. And I think arguably I would have those skill points. But I want to be casting Raised Skeleton. In general anyways. But Corpse Explosion is not going to do damage. It is not a minion skill, it's not a summon skill. We don't scale damage over time. And I would need to find 3 skill points. What's the earliest level you should start gambling? It seems I don't get any legendaries when I gamble while leveling. Well, legendaries don't even start dropping for your character until you're like level 25, and then the legendary drop rate gets higher and higher and higher as you approach Torment. But I wouldn't gamble during leveling really at all. That's why leveling builds strength is generally dependent on how strong they are without having gear or aspects. That's why minions and Blood Surge are so strong. That's why Sever is really good. So they all have very strong Codex of Power aspects available to them. Good thing about this part of town. Now here's the issue. I don't know how that song got stuck in my head. Don't get rapport. Okay. With the mercenaries? Is that true statement? I don't believe that that is true. I believe anytime that you gain experience, they gain experience. The major issue is that Corpse Explosion really does just have such garbage lucky hit chance. It's like hilariously bad. But there is a universe where taking up the 3 points from something else, and then I guess dropping Decompose, although I really like having Decompose. Losing Decompose does suck. Dude, casting a skill 20 times is like truly just such a heinously bad experience.
Carving meat from bone is my specialty. It's a fight you wanted. This is what you asked for.
I dealt damage to you?
Almost broken. Barbarian's your girl.
Hello? Hello? Like, I didn't just like coin flip the 25% to not deal double damage 30 times, did I?
It's a fight you wanted.
Haha!
This is what you asked for.
Oh, we. Okay. 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 All right. We try another route. We try another. We try another. I go to the bathroom real quick. We try another. I'll run the ads now. It's not going to be a long one. I'm going to get up. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'll be right back. Sorry about that.
No other people I'd rather break bread with.
I got a box. I got a box. I got a box. I got a box. And it says fragile. I got a box from Blizzard. Hashtag Diablo partner. I got a box. And before we try to make Army of the Dead work again, let's see what's in the box. This is Chungus. Quite a package you got there. It's a box. I think I know what's in the box. Hashtag Diablo partner. Hashtag ad. Well, no, this isn't sponsored. I didn't get no money for this. You can't get me FCC. FTC? Federal Trade Commission? Well, that is good. Lilith's verdict is a spark, a wick that burns amidst the dark. Unseal your cachet to finally see what judgment she has brought to thee. Hashtag Mother's Judgment. 16-ounce soy wax candle, hand poured in LA. American made, baby. Let's go. Lilith is pro-America. Hacking peanuts. W America, huge W. All right, so they both say that, although they're different. We got. I believe it's a candle. Ooh. For people who don't know, wow, that's. Okay. 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 I don't know how else to describe this, so I'm just gonna say it honestly. This smells like Hot Topic. This smells like my angsty pre-college goth days. Cantrip candles. Blood roses and ash. That is powerful. So for people who don't know, I'm a big candle guy. I stay burning candles. This one is shaped like a gingerbread man. I have like 5 more candles. Panda gets me candles all the time because that's how I kind of zen out. So I'm actually insanely stoked about this. Well, let me get a little in real time. Lily. That's pretty cool. Actually burning it. Well, let's let the wax melt just a little bit before I pass my judgment, because I'm a bit of a candle snub. I was talking with some of the devs at one point, and I noticed that one of them had a candle, and we started talking about candles, and then I held up a candle that I had, and everybody geeked out because apparently this was a candle a lot of the people liked. So the D4 devs also like candles, which is pretty cool. We need the wax to melt just a bit. Hold on. So I just want to make note. These aren't available to purchase, but apparently they're doing a giveaway for them. Something about hashtag Mother's Judgment. Might want to check their Twitter or something. Yeah, no, dude, straight up, this smells like Hot Topic. This smells like I'm in a Hot Topic right now. This smells like I'm about to get the dopest thick metal skull belt buckle to put on my Vans white leather belt that's gonna peel apart from the faux leather backing in like 2 months. I'm gonna rock 3 of those bad boys over my black Jinkos when I wear my Squee shirt from Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. Like that's what this smells like. It's nice. I like the scent. I like the aroma a lot, actually. That's a cool candle. I like that. I'm gonna put it out though, so I don't accidentally, you know, I don't send us all to Diablo. But, so like, no, I'll show you guys this. Legit, I do keep a candle, actually. I actually keep a candle lit on my desk most nights, especially like when I'm working late or editing photos. Like I legit, oh, hold on. Oh. But I legit keep, like, I have a little piece of aluminum that I keep next to it so I can actually cap the candle. That's awesome. Hey, thank you to Blizzard. I like these. These are very nice. This, interesting. This is the 3rd candle I've gotten from Blizzard. They're big on candles. Yes, this is through what is the company? Cantrip Candle? Yeah, but shout out to the Diablo team. Thank you. This is like, I will just be burning these. I now have 3 candles instead of just 1. Let's go, baby. That's huge. I love it. All right, cool. There we go. That got my spirits up. Now, let's smash them all back into the ground and try to make this build work. How's the Coif Couture conversation going? Can I be vulnerable with you for just a moment? I don't know what that means. Okay, so now that we're here, what was I going to do? Oh, I need to get this masterworked. Yeah, because anytime I don't hit the chance to deal double damage, this is basically nothing. Shoobity-doo, shoobity-doo, shoobity-doo. Maybe it's not Fist of Fate. Oh, right. We were going to try Corpse Explosion as a lucky hit chance factory. basically. Okay. Doobity-doo, doobity-doo. Let's also drop Fists of Fate. I don't like doing inconsistent damage. It means I need gloves. I mean, like, might as well be this. Putting that on lets me fit.
Neither good nor evil. I may help you.
This on. Losing out on a lot of lucky hit chance, but gaining hopefully a lot of lucky hit chance. So I need these 3 points. I need something. Oh, I can do boop, boop, boop. Take out this. That back in. That's good enough. What up, Wizik? How we doing? Okay, so let's try this. I do think we could probably drop no, I need the attack speed. Kind of ironically. Do I? I don't. Let's get a real combo going here.
It seems we're leaving.
Yeah, then Gear for Respec, what are we up to? We're trying to make Army of the Dead great again. Drew, thank you so much for the prime. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Let's do a little bit of this. Y'all can see some chat.
We've all got our secrets, Subo. But you guard your...
I will not let you down.
Strength in numbers.
Also, we have 8K rapport on, what's her name? Let's see. And thank you very much for the gift sub. Enjoy your free HUD. Rather see Diablo or Bale next expansion? Well, I expect us to fight Mephisto next expansion. But I would like for Mephisto's plan to mostly work, and for Mephisto to be looking to rip a hole in the void for Diablo to return, so that we can get him for the expansion after that. What up, DJ? What's the top candle scent for me? Preferably like unscented, to be quite honest, but I mean, I'm not really offended by most candle scents. The only ones that I don't like are when they're like super cloying sweet smells and then they like permeate the room forever. It's been so long since we saw Bale. No. We saw Bale in Diablo Immortal. We went back in time and we fought Bale with Tal Rasha. Oh, I need Lucky at chance to be able to apply vulnerable, so I don't have what's it called anymore. I also need attack speed. Ew, what a scam of a game. Not liking the game doesn't change the reality of the statement that I said. It's not how reality works. I need attack speed. Diablo Immortal was a very, very fun game. Arguably the best mobile game I've ever played. They just lied to us about monetization and paying for power, and you should never give them money. That doesn't change the fact that the developers of that game made a fun mobile game. I need so much more attack speed. Consistent damage output is a hell of a drug. One out of 10. Oh no, it gets a negative. It gets a you actually shouldn't play the game. They lied to us levels of. It's not even like on the scale. Measuring it against other models is like insane. If it was just pay to win and they just said that, I actually would have no problem with the game. I wouldn't compete because it's pay to win. But all mobile games generally are pay to win. And that's part of it. And the fun for me in mobile games is trying to win without paying. But they lied. They lied dead to our faces like we're not fucking adults that deserve to be respected. So fuck that team. And how dare they? Please, game, please, please let me out. Crazy work. I need like double the attack speed that I currently have. It's not even cute. Oh, I was fully expecting that to like pop. There we go. How are your minions? Why are my souls running off to other monsters? Oh, right. Enemies with ads are also just worse because your skeletons don't prioritize the boss. Double GA gloves though. Kinda don't hate that. Wow. That was better. That was better, and I think it was mostly just due to consistent damage output, but the ability to spam Army of the Dead against the boss was like significantly lower. And the moment that it spawns ads, the gameplay becomes such shit. Oh yeah, what'd it do, die? Sorry, I'm deep into a bad build. I am deep into a build. I'm deep into a bad build. I would love to assist you. How can I help? Hawk isn't working with Cax. Hawk is not working with Cax. Hawk isn't working for Cax. It appears to be working. Yeah. That appears to be working. Oh, can you not? No, you can. Doesn't work for you? Interesting. I'm sorry to hear that. So we did a 75. It wasn't the slowest. If they give another skill the blood tag just to make it good, I'm gonna lose it. Look, if you want good builds, if you want good builds, you take your blood skills and you like them. Yeah, so, okay, so resetting cooldown against the boss was trash. I need better vulnerable uptime. Honestly, I could just use these gloves for that. I need attack speed. Roll this to attack speed. Get this up to 100% chance. Shoo-ba-dee-doo, shoo-ba-dee-doo, shoo-ba-dee-doo.
Finest jewels in Sanctuary. Well done.
Blame it on my ADD, baby. So
My hammer sings on your
the corpse explosion helped a little bit. Corpse explosion helped just a little bit. Blame it on my ADD, baby.
Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Y'all remember Sail? All right, let's. Anybody want to do some hordes?
more there than I thought.
Anybody want to do some hordes with me? With me, the boy who does hordes. You're gonna have to hard carry me because I'm not gonna be very good. And your friend, yeah. If you want to do hordes, join on me. Join on me. This is not an exclusive club. You want to do some hordes? You join up on me. We'll get them done. Roll Tide. Join on me. We're gonna do some hordes. I'll crack the keys. You crack the beans. I'll crack the beans keys. You crack the keys beans. Does everybody have my blame it on my ADD. Oh, I need to hold on, I need to see. Yeah, she got, yeah, you definitely get XP on your mercs from running pits. If you don't got me, there you go. Also, hey, if you're watching on YouTube, if you could like the stream, it would mean the world to me. Helps me out a ton. Thank you, thank you. What's Zara's Paragon 230? Let's go, baby. Look at these people. Is that Dirk Diggler? Want to sell 100 mil. Oh, want to sell TAM 100 mil. Got the computer on? Nice. All right, I'm looking for one more person for hordes. Have you tried Blood Surge boss damage? I have not. Boss damage is Blood Surge's weakest point. All right. I need one more person for hordes. I promise I will only be a bit of a drain on your efficiency. And you'll respect me for it. I think you'll respect me for it. Oh, have I played Blood Surge yet this season? No. Should it be distinctly different? Not really. Just ended up being slower than Spear Bloodwave. So, interesting. That should be literally impossible. So my question would be, was your Blood Surge build good? And what do we mean by speed farming? Like, what does speed farming mean to you? Because neither of those builds can come even close to Blood Surge and like Helltide or Infernal Horde. Just give him Walker a second. I guess I could gamble. What would I want to gamble? I like need gloves is what I need. I'm gonna gamble. I'm just gonna gamble gloves. Who cares?
There's something special. Use it well.
What have you found out about Army of the Dead? It's a terrible skill, but we're gonna try to make it good. That is what I found out. You down to do some? Let's go, baby. Hop on in. Here you go. Just go ahead and add me. Got Dracula in the building. Can't see you behind my wings. Oh yeah, I forgot they added the BDSM to other characters. It's not really BDSM. It's, you know, revealing gothcore, but I do have to change these pants though. What's up with these pants? That's a vibe. Baby. Sail. I'm not hating on your appearance at all. I mean, no way, shape, or form hating on your appearance. In short, what was the way to make Blood Spear speed farm? Add Void Aspect to your chest. Replace Starless Skies with Plunging Darkness Aspect. Put on Jaw Runeword. No. Make sure you have Rapid Ossification on all your jewelry. Oh, yeah, baby. I am excited for this. Go, my beautiful minions. Go, my beautiful boys. It was pretty good. Interesting. I'm helping. Look, I'm helping. God, it's just like sometimes it's just so fucking miserable being a necromancer. Oh. Okay. I got it. Oh, I almost got it. Oh boy! Father, help! That's what I'll do. I'll stand in soul spires. Y'all don't have to. Leave that to me, the poor boy. Father, help! Blood Spare to compare to Wave? Ooh, interesting. I have a bunch of extra pairs of the pants. Like good ones. What do you think would fix Army of the Dead? The ability to increase its duration first and foremost. Decoupling it from minions as its scaler. None of this is good. Oh, that's bad. That does not increase the amount of aether I generate. Guess we'll take it. The sorceress is insane, surely. There's not like a necro build I could be right now that like would matter, but I guess I'll just get Apogeic Fury ready and I'll hit the bosses kind of hard. Adding the darkness tag to it? No, not really. So the issue with Army of the Dead is you can't, it is an ultimate skill where you can't control where the damage goes. You now, its best scaler is now this weapon, which just means you're locked into using it, and this weapon is a terrible gameplay loop. There's just no two ways around it. It's just awful. Casting, consuming a corpse 20 times in between each use of this skill is insane. Absolutely bananas. And if it at least got the blood skill, then you can make it overpower. I don't understand why Ultimate Shadow doesn't transform all ultimate skills. Like, even before we had Soul Rift, it was always weird that it didn't transform Army of the Dead in any meaningful way. They need to change our minion damage scaling over to summon damage scaling. There's just no actual reason to have minion versus summon at this point. And the fact that, like, the only two things that scale summoning damage on the Necromancer, where there isn't just a strictly stronger alternative, is Unyielding Commander and Hellbent Commander. All of our stuff scales minions, not summons. So we should probably only have summon scaling. And we need to get rid of these passives for our individual minions. That's insane. It's 3 points to make your warriors do more damage, and it's 3 points to make your golems do more damage, and it's 3 points to make your mages do more damage, and it makes each one of them do a different amounts of damage. And they all don't do the same damage in the first place. So the value of their scaling is also different. It's like it's so many interconnected, just like not great things. And Army of the Dead just kind of sits on top. Like all it does is apply damage in small areas of effect over a very short duration with a massive cooldown. And that's it. Blood Wave pulls in enemies and grants you damage reduction and generates blood orbs, and Bone Storm gives you attack speed and crit chance. It can generate barrier, gives you damage reduction, increases your crit damage. And Soul Rift is barrier and refills your potions, which everybody sleeps on, and damage scaling and vulnerability scaling, and sadly also applies fear, which technically works with amplify damage. And Army of the Dead says do ineffective amounts of damage, because in the end game your minions don't die. Generating corpses is like almost kind of cool. But now with lucky hit chance, like you generate enough corpses through your minions. Not enough for corpse explosion, but like enough for minion uses. It's just like, it's a cool looking skill, kinda. It just sucks. Like, it at least used to do like so much more damage than other things that you would try to find ways to be able to spam it. And it was a bunch of lucky hit chance triggers to be able to generate corpses. But like corpse explosion doesn't matter. So then what does it offer? This is just kind of nothing. You have a 4GA Black River, nobody wants to buy it. Do you want it for any build testing? I'll buy it from you. Does it have a good roll on the damage? Is cooked good or bad? Cooked would be bad. Letting someone cook is good. Something is cooked is bad. I know that makes a lot of sense, but stick with me here. Welcome home. I love you. Oh, we got these cool candles from Blizzard. Smell it. Smell it. It smells like Hot Topic. It smells like I'm in a Hot Topic. It smells exactly like Hot Topic. That's the exact aroma of being in a Hot Topic. Hot Topic has a smell, and it's the smell of this candle. What up, Branch? Digging the hair? Thank you. Branch, you got one of these candles? They smell like Hot Topic. Like teen angst? Yes. It smells like, the way I described it. What up, Endo? It smells like Hot Topic. Can you please ask Blizzard to fix all the split screen bugs? I don't know what that means. But if you were to write them out, I can see if they've been reported. Calvis Mojo, thank you so much for the follow. 2 Pump Poppy. An hour ago, thank you for the follow. Hey, 2 Pump Poppy, that's crazy work. What would Forever 21 smell like? Alcohol pads? What about what The Rock is cooking? If you smell what The Rock is cooking. Brown, 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 brown. Dude, the yelling is crazy, Endo. Caps just makes it look like you're yelling. Next horde. Sell your stuff. Go again. It's almost max 154. Yeah, Fro, I'll buy that from you. It doesn't need to go to waste. If you smell what the rock is cooking. Oh, nice. Hungry blood. You're emotional?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
I see the passion. Also, a lot of times people don't like getting yelled at. But when I described what this candle smelled like, this candle smelled like I was gonna go to Hot Topic, buy the fedora that has the skull motif on it. Sorry, the trilby. Shout out to all the people who be like, actually, they sold trilbies, and I'm like, you know who knows that? Motherfuckers who wear fedoras. But it was a trilby, and it had the 3 metal rings pierced through it with the skull motif on it. And I'm gonna go put on my hello, and I'm gonna go buy my extra large skull motif belt buckle and put it at the end of my all white Vans leather belt that's going to tear away from the backing of the pleather over my black Jinko jeans with my squee t-shirt from the guy who made Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. And I'm just gonna absolutely ball out. That's what this candle smells like. I never was able to get trip pants, which I find very weird. Well, I actually don't find it very weird. So here's my issue. Trip pants were expensive. And I always wanted them, but they were expensive. And I refused to buy them myself because they like never went on sale, and even when they did, they were never in my size. So I needed size 32 waist. And actually I was a size 30 waist at the time, I just didn't know it. Now I'm more like a 32, 33, and I am trying to get slim back down for the summer. The boy trying to look good for the summer photos. I'm trying to get me my tan back. I'm trying to look good. But that's what this candle smells like. Jesus ain't got nothing to do with it. We're doing Aether Fiends. If you see Aether Fiends, click Aether Fiends. I still don't own trip pants, which sucks, because like I've been an adult who like made adult money for a while, and then for less of a while, and now kind of for a while, but now buying a house. So I just want trip pants. Like I just want nice trip pants. Fall asleep with it burning, and a pre-Skrillex Sunny Moore will appear in the room. Is Blight the best pit speed farming build? I would not say so, no. I would say Blood Spear probably is. Look at houses? Awesome. Good luck to you. We killed 2 of the people that we offered houses on, so try not to commit that evil on anybody. What is this? What is any of this? I'm increasing movement speed. We're all gonna run faster. Excuse me. You know, Drained Vitality procs without having points in Drained Vitality? When you have Shroud of False Death? The Hellfire one? Oh, for sure. Yeah. But I wanted to continue on with what are we doing? I wanted to increase Aether Fiend spawning. When you take other things, so like until Hellborn can spawn, they're not part of the pool, so it will only pull from events which are in the pool. So Aetheric Mass, Soul Spires, and Aether Fiends are in the pool naturally. Adding in more things will further increase how many things are in the pool, meaning diversifying the outcomes of events. So if I could avoid events that aren't spawning fiends, can increase how often we see fiends. No Shroud. I have not noticed that Drain Vitality procs without having a source of points in it. That would be an interesting bug. I don't believe it is occurring, so I believe that there is some other answer. Like Hewed Flesh plus Necrotic Carapace. Or GA Shaco? That's awesome. I wish there were Necro builds that wanted Shaco. Air Perdition is just on every single build now. Oh yeah, look at all these Aether Fiends. Big fiends. What's doing my damage? Army of the Dead. Not that I'm really doing damage right now. If the event spawned, you should get their spawn. I don't... It is so wild. Oh. I mean, okay. Yeah, what's doing my damage? So I'm in a group of 4 people. And that's a really sick way to increase your damage output. What is the best minion speed farming build? Golem with Fell Gluttony. Really low cooldown on Golem. Spam Fell Gluttony. Run past stuff. This dude is now in T4, so kick someone out. Crazy work. Army of the Dead has no viability on its own in T4. Oh, it has viability. It's just not an Infernal Hordes build. It's really only for doing the pit, and it's bad for that. But it's viable. But yeah, Army of the Dead is trash, and I'm basically just proving that so that I can inform my critique. Because part of what I do is play every build and then give feedback to the developers about my experience playing the build. And I can't just think that something will be bad. I have to prove that something's bad, lest my feedback become low value. But yeah, I would be struggle bussing. I mean, that being said, if I was trying to do Infernal Horde, I would change the build to make it so I could just cast Army of the Dead more often, which would make me better at doing it. But yeah. Is the wave bugged? Yes. But yeah, it's just trash. It's just bad, and there's not much to be done about it, to be honest. What a terrible combination of wave modifiers. Do I need gear? I guess I don't. I just need Obdicite. Alright, we go full in on Obdicite. Yeah, Army of the Dead is just bad. It's bad skill. Not good for minions. The sword isn't good for minions. The sword isn't even good for Army of the Dead. And it wasn't good when they first released it. And it wasn't good after they buffed it. It kind of makes you wonder. Why? You know? They had 10 wave horde where it never offered you any good options. That's crazy. What's going on, Star Knight? It's going pretty well. We're coming to some pretty definitive answers about Army of the Dead vis-a-vis it being bad. But now we'll be able to speak on it confidently. I dare say it's worse than Bone Storm, which is pretty impressive. I'm sorry, Voodoo. Yeah, it's just not good. It cannot be good because its ability to scale is non-existent. We don't have summoning scaling. It has too long of a cooldown with too short of a duration. You can't increase the duration, so unlike every... So like... What? None of this is anything. So like Bone Storm and Soul Rift, you can increase their durations. Technically speaking, you can even increase Blood Wave's duration. But like, Bone Storm duration and Soul Rift duration are not only just direct multipliers of the total damage per skill use, up until you would have it infinite. But then at the point that you have it infinite, it makes it easier for it to just be infinite. So you get more utility out of it, you get more overlap. At first you get more damage per skill use, and then at infinite it just makes it easier to do that. Like a single temper in that way is very, very powerful. Army of the Dead doesn't have tempers. It doesn't have summons an additional skeleton. It doesn't have increased duration. It doesn't have increased explosion size. It has nothing. How is it that Army of the Dead has no tempers? Like, how? How is that possible? How did we get there? How did we get to the point where we're like, nah, it's okay if it has no tempers? Like, how? You know what I mean? Like, does that not seem crazy? And like, its best use case is doing the pit? It's so challenging. Things that scale minion damage doesn't scale Army of the Dead damage. What is this skill for? I'm getting so angry. Here we go again. It has chance to do double damage. Yes, sure. The things that I was talking about are utility tempers you could put on your gear, like on your armor. All right, be good. Grim, you're in. Grim, get on in here. And thank you for your service. Graham. Get in here. Where's Graham? Where's Graham? Get in here. Go on, get. Does it have a little message icon? Wait, is that not you? It was you. Okay. It's trash bananas, but we're gonna prove that's trash bananas. Currently playing around with bone mages. You are so brave. Hold on, I'm gonna kill this guy. There we go. Got him.
Necromancer, far have you wandered?
Is there a spot to craft infernal compasses? There is not. You just have to drop them from, they drop from Helltide and they drop from bosses. Aether Fiend. We're doing Aether Fiend. Last run was trash and we got like 1,000 Aether?
You fight to live. Good.
I'm helping. Dungeon key? That makes sense. The Barbarian summons ultimate. So the only issue with that narrative is that that's an Earthquake build and it's bugged. It's actually, it is lunatic bananas that we do not have a unique scythe for minions. Like, that seems like a pretty easy get. It's also wild that sides offer 40 additive damage. Isn't that crazy? Like, swords add more crit damage. And while it made sense at the time, right? Like, crit and overpower were more because it was harder to do. Well, now you just kind of overpower all the time and everybody is always at 100% chance to crit. But it made sense back then. But now that that's not true anymore, a very simple change is just like bumping up summon additive damage on sides to 300. Go crazy with it, right? Not that that really fixes anything, but when you think about it for a little bit too long, you do go, wait a minute. Oh, hold on now. Hold on, wait a second. Am I winning? I am winning. How dare you? I was clicking that with my little fingies. I'm helping. Damn, dude, I'm down to 34 billion gold. Getting close. We get all that gold. I sold items on Diablo.trade. Aether Fiends. Aether Fiend, Aether Fiend, Aether Fiend. Aether Fiend are worth +6 Aether. +6. You know how much we wanted Aether? But all we get is Soul Spiders. Do you think that implicit stats on weapons should be random? No. I do not. Aether Lords give you seasonal rep? Oh, that's pretty cool. All guides every season with D4, and I'm thinking of making Barbarian once I'm satisfied with Necro and not following a guide. Do you have any general advice when it comes to build crafting? Read what the skill does. Read what its modifier options are. Learn whether or not there are ways of transforming that. Pick the thing you want to transform it into. Scale the thing. If it can overpower, you should. Make sure you get capped crit chance and apply vulnerable. Aether Lords are generally fairly good as long as you're a build that can kill bosses very quickly. We're also doing Aether Lords. Why not? I'll stand in your spire. Stand in your spire. I'm standing in spires. In spires. Defeat the Aether Lord. I will defeat you, Aether Lord. New Unveiler's Oath reward. Wowie. Hell yeah, Army of the Dead. I'm hot. I'm sweaty. Life is hard. Life is truly hard for an Army of the Deader. You know Grateful Dead? We're Army of the Dead. We are not grateful. Oh wow, that is a massive chunk, huh? 3,600 rep is actually crazy work. Always go Aetherlord every time just for the rep to get gear? I honestly probably should have taken Ford, but here we are. Do I think I'll be able to? No, I do not. I mean, I'm gonna put out a video tonight, but what up, Project? We should have one more wave after this. You got a unique item, but you don't know what build you can use it for. Unfortunately, it's account bound. Yeah, I don't think that cached items should be account bound, but the other side of it is like, it's also just fine to like get gear for you. I don't need to always be able to sell things. I just want gear. Imagine wanting stuff. I know, right? What a... That was bad. It did harm to us. I helped. Nice. Honestly, it says attack speed at all. Oh, that's cool. How much do I got? Oh yeah, that's enough. We're gonna go masterwork this gear. Thank you all very much for carrying me. I appreciate you. I will put your time and energy into proving that this build is bad. What is the golem speed farming build? You use Fell Gluttony. Can I use any of these uniques for any build? Black River, Frostburn, Blood Artisans, Cuirass, Bloodless Scream, Mother's Embrace? No. You can use Black River on Corpse Explosion. You can use Bloodless Scream if you don't have a better weapon. Are you going to, or have you tested a Blight build this season? I'm going to. I haven't yet. Where do you get all the gold? Trading. Thank you all very much. Let's masterwork some gear. This build is on fire.
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need? Some solid bits here. There's a good one.
There we go. Okay, man.
More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. There's a good one. There's a good one.
Thank God. Okay. It is a very cool transmog. So we are armor capped. We're basically res capped. I now have a 100% chance to deal double damage. Are we crit capped? Without grasping veins. We are. Okay. We have a better amount of... Yeah, we have pretty decent attack speed. Can I go in with these buffs up? Ooh, can't. Okay. Let's try this one more again. How you doing, Kem? Hellcat, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy your free head. Hello. Y'all get on in here. How? Is this Sanguivore build? It is. How is it? Very bad. Straight to the point. Yeah, man. It's all I got. It's bad, and I just gotta show it off. What up, Ashrayu? Thank you so much for the follow. Where are the fucking monsters? Running an earthquake bar with infinite wolves. Didn't realize it was also broken, but that makes sense. Oh yeah, no, the game having you need to kill this before you can do other things, but also we can't target on our minions is untenably bad. Unforgivable design decision. Just needs to be different. Are Nightmare Dungeons worth it? There. Our Nightmare Dungeons are great. They're for Obdusite. Helltide does not drop Obdusite. Obdusite is the masterworking material. Infernal Horde is very good for Obdusite as well, if you have a build that can quickly farm Infernal Horde. Fuck me, dude. I can't tell you the last time I died to a shadow boss. What up, Bruce? What's going on? When is this getting nerfed? Like sarcastically? Is this Army of the Dead? It is. Yeah, Army of the Dead is very bad.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
It's so weak. It is. It's very, very, very weak. How is Army of the Dead doing? Pretty bad. The sword is hypothetically so cool. I actually just hard disagree with that as well. It fundamentally perpetuates an incredibly unfun gameplay loop. I don't even agree that it is theoretically cool. It says you have to eat 20 corpses in 7 seconds. And that's just like, it's just bad. It's just like fundamentally an unfun game loop.
Excellent.
And then add on to that, it isn't strong. And it's just like, what are we doing? Sage Whispers. It's like, well, Mac, you're missing the point. You could wear Crewer's Embrace and cast Blood Surge and then eat all the corpses. I go, oh, okay. You're right. It's just like a core skill build that gets worse at doing its core skill damage the less monsters there are. Like most necro builds, actually. It's kind of funny. But like, look at all these skeletons not exploding on this guy. Fudge me right in the fudger. Am I right? If the guys could one-shot elites. Oh, no. You would need to be able to scale damage to be able to do enough damage to do that. And the issue with one-shotting elites is then that you don't reset your cooldown. So, you know, kind of like taking any pit pushing build out into open world content. All of a sudden you die because you don't have Soul Rift uptime. Or you don't have resources because you don't have Soul Rift uptime.
You subscribe to a
And
bad
the cycle
content
perpetuates. Everything on the Necromancer that comes with the cooldown becomes strictly worse when you're not pit pushing. So you can't apply it to speed farming. So the only things that are realistic are core skills without cooldowns. And then all of our core skills without cooldowns, other than Blood Lance or Blood Spear at this point. Although that does have setup, which also comes along with the cooldown. It's just an easier one to manage. But all of them end up suffering because they don't do great damage. I'm getting very sour, so I'm just gonna stop. But yeah, I'm gonna get the clean footage here. And just so I can show the comparison point. I'm actually not even mad at Bone Spear, to be quite honest. I mean, we now have a core skill that's comparable to Blood Wave. And the other classes aren't 40 pit tiers below us. I actually think that Blood Spear has like a really good gear progression and power progression. As you actually experience playing the build throughout the season. I had a really, really good time like getting better gear and then being able to unlock more effective systems. And it wasn't like Blood Wave last season where you put on the pants and you're basically good as long as you have 3 other aspects. You can one-shot bosses with no Ubers. I think that's a hyperbolic reduction of like Sure, you don't need Ubers, but it's only because the build itself naturally uses 3 different unique items. And also, like, I would love to see I would love to see Paragon 150, no ancestrals, non level 46 glyphs go quote unquote one shot T4 bosses. Yeah. I think that the over reductive and like over simplistic look at like quote unquote power of a build just negatively impacts the ability to critique it in a meaningful way. I mean, I also literally started my season on the build. I didn't just walk into T4 on nothing but like non-ancestral pants and my helmet and go one-shot bosses. That just like didn't occur. Maybe you're just a god gamer, but... How is Army of the Dead doing? Very poorly, as was to be expected. We've definitely taken, like, I don't know. People don't like hearing a Necromancer complain, which I just think is silly. As I stand next to all of these monsters for 45 seconds straight to kill them. And then very slowly walk my ass over to the next one and then do it again and then do it again. But Bloodsphere, I am unoffended by. I felt very good when I finally got a Shroud of False Death, and it made me stronger as a mythic should, as opposed to feeling mandatory for my build to be functional. Oh, I was really hoping that would clear it out. Where is the exit? Hello? I've been playing both. Did you enjoy your time at Last Epoch? I think D4 could take any pointers from it. I did have a good time at Last Epoch, yeah. I'm not nearly as enamored with it as some people are. But it's definitely fun. You know, it's like old school Diablo 2 on like hypercrack, where like I felt like every 2 seconds I was picking up a new item that was just insanely strong and like made me just like blow things away. Hello? Hello, exit? Hello, game? Oh, that's cool. Am I going to revisit? Yeah, for sure. That'd be good, Sidewinder, thank you. I don't think that the story of it is particularly interesting. I liked the snake baddie. She was pretty cool. Homie, she almost got me again. What up, never back down? Has anybody else in the pits and the group suffer from lagging issues? I have not. Would Golem be good for this? No, this isn't a minion build. All right. Let's talk about it. That sounds a lot more like a connection issue as opposed to like a rig power issue. Or maybe you like lack RAM? Not too sure. No, Crimson. If you don't have Raised Skeleton on your bar, it doesn't spawn minions. Grims, I'm gonna smack the shit out your mouth. And that's on recording now. Alrighty, y'all, strap in, because I'm about to be a bit dramatic. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm pretty put out by this item, by the reality that it kind of paints, and my experience in trying to make it a thing. Let's talk about Sanguivore, the definitely not a minion sword, and the impact that this has on the design space for Army of the Dead, and basically all of the issues I have with it. While we talk, I figured I could put some tier 75 hut pit action in front of you. I went and started on this build trying to set a baseline for what it could realistically do. And it took me fully masterworking all of my gear, 2 mythics, a double GA on this thing, and absolutely ridiculous stats to make it kind of clear out a tier 75 in a reasonable amount of time. Now, I have been asked continuously, when are you going to try out Sanguivore? When are we going to be looking at minion builds, etc., etc.? And the answer was, I was going to get to it, because this is ostensibly the new shiny toy that we were supposed to receive for this season for the Necromancer, and I think ultimately it is, unironically, a complete failure. And I would like to detail the things about it that make it that way, and why it's going to continue to lead players to misunderstand and set unrealistic expectations for what it's meant to do. So let's start off by dismantling some of the misconceptions about the weapon. Looking at the sword, you're going to see a couple stats that are going to make you think, hey, is this a minion weapon? First, it grants you summon damage. Summon damage is going to work for all of your minions as well as Army of the Dead because it is a summoning skill. After that, it's going to grant you ranks to your various minions. I have been asked, I would go ahead and say nowhere, I've been asked somewhere close to about 100 or 200 times, hey, would this be good on minions because of all the masteries? Now, I've done a complete breakdown of this previously in the PTR, and the math is just that no. You would much rather take a weapon and put an aspect on it that would increase your minions' damage than just get a couple additional ranks to any of their individual passives. And then we can look at the rest of the stats. 1, it grants double damage for Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead's damage going up doesn't increase your minions' damage. So clearly this sword is meant to increase Army of the Dead's damage kind of only. And then after that we can look at the effect. And the effect says a lot of things. First, your summons damage, meaning your Army of the Dead, the souls that are going to pop out of it, your minions as well. If you were to generate the Spirit Wolves through the Ke rune, are going to apply Vampiric Curse. Vampiric Curse basically just says when a monster would die with Curse on it, you gain a soul. It doesn't do anything else on top of that normally. There is an aspect that can make it apply vulnerable and increase damage that souls do to targets, but sadly, our souls are only summons. They're not minions. We don't have any way of scaling their damage in a meaningful way, and their base damage is 100% of our weapon damage. To give you an idea, each one of the skeletons that pop out of your Army of the Dead do 576 weapon damage, and if I had a Ring of Mendelm to show you, Ring of Mendelm procs do 1200% weapon damage. So each one of these souls is going to do 1/12 of a single Mendelm proc from a single minion, just to really highlight how inconsequential these souls are. It then says that Army of the Dead is the only thing that can release Vampiric Curse. This is a major quality of life improvement from the PTR, because Blood Mist also used to be able to release the souls because it's a macabre skill. Now, that being said, the funny part is I'm not running Blood Mist on the build anymore. So while this is absolutely a better functionality, it actually doesn't really do anything for the build. And then the last thing says that per soul that you eat, the souls that you let out, as well as your Army of the Dead, is going to do a significantly larger amount of damage. You can get 20 souls. That means that this sword will multiply Army of the Dead's damage by 6. Now, again, increasing Army of the Dead's damage does nothing to increase your minions' damage. It doesn't. This sword is not for minions. But a 6 times multiplier on a two-handed weapon is a huge amount of damage for an ultimate skill. There's only one issue. How do you get souls on the build? Well, if you kill a monster with Vampiric Curse on it, you will gain a soul. Sadly, in the pit, you don't really kill monsters until the end. You kill them kind of all at once in one big explosion. So to be able to cast Army of the Dead, which only has a whopping 7-second duration with no way of increasing it in any way, shape, or form, you have to use some other method to be able to actually gain the souls, so that every 7 seconds you get the maximum bonus out of this. They added in another function, which is that eating a corpse while equipping this weapon will get you a soul. How do you eat a corpse? Well, you can obviously use Raised Skeleton to be able to eat a corpse. You'll see that I now have 1 soul, or I could cast Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion will also gain me a soul. Now, you might be doing the math in your head real quick. Does this mean that I need to eat 20 souls every single time I want to cast this skill? Yes, absolutely. Back to the gameplay. For you to be able to use this weapon at optimal damage output, meaning getting the total bonus damage from this effect, you need to eat 20 corpses in between each use of the skill. That means that you need to be eating roughly 3 corpses per second over the full 7 seconds. That means you don't have time to cast Corpse Tendrils, or your Bone Prison, or drop down a Blight, or anything else. You don't even have time to move, to dodge mechanics. If you get crowd controlled during this, too bad. You have to eat 20 souls in 7 seconds. Any downtime on this skill is DPS loss. Unlike other skills like Blood Wave, where you could just recast it at the end of its duration every single time, every single moment of playing this skill is actually just eating corpses. There's no other way to put it. I'll just jump straight to the boss, because that is where it gets the most heinous. Now, luckily, Army of the Dead itself will drop you at least 20 corpses. So every single time that you cast it, you'll do it. But the kind of inverse funniness of this build is that against a single target, unless you use really inefficient systems that will significantly reduce your damage output, you kind of can't reset the cooldown fast enough on this. We actually have a little bit more time to eat up those corpses. Hey, drop a Bone Prison, maybe cast a Blight and a Corpse Tendrils to be able to activate other damage multipliers. But against packs, you are breakneck speed trying to eat corpses. So on an ultimate skill build that theoretically has nearly a minute-long cooldown and only works for 7 seconds, you now need to stack on an insane amount of attack speed to actually be able to consume corpses fast enough. This is probably my least favorite thing about the weapon. It is that the core gameplay loop of it, when played at optimal speed, is just holding down Corpse Explosion, not to do damage, kind of to trigger lucky hit chance, but legitimately just to eat 20 corpses every 7 seconds. So now that I've said those roughly 4 or 5 words 100 times in front of you, I'll try to move on to a different thing that continues to make me very irate about the concept of this weapon, and why I think that fundamentally it either just kind of needs to go away or needs to completely change its idea, its aesthetic, its theming. This should be a minion weapon. Pointing back to the skeletal masteries and the golem mastery here, you can tell that this is meant to be a minion weapon. The devs sold it as a minion weapon. When they highlighted this during the campfire chat, they said it's a minion weapon. Now here's the issue with it. You'll see that I have minions on my screen. You'll see that I have about 7 of them. Why do I have 7 minions? It's actually just for Hellbent Commander. Hellbent Commander is one of 2 things that the Necromancer has available to it that increases summoning damage. Hellbent Commander says if you have 7 minions, you will gain increased summon damage, which is required for Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead is an ultimate skill and is a summoning skill. The other thing is the titular aspect for Army of the Dead, which is Unyielding Commander. Unyielding Commander says that while Army of the Dead is active, your minions take less damage and you deal increased summoning damage. Now, luckily, during this season in particular, we also have Beastmaster's training, which grants us summoning damage, but nothing else in our arsenal increases summoning damage. None. That's it. That's the end of the list of things. There aren't tempers that you can get that are more powerful than just generic tempers.
Let's go.
Lurker, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate you. The summoning temper in our the summoning temper that's available is 60 additive damage. This is just strictly worse than everything else. It's worse than ultimate damage. It's worse than crit damage. It's almost worse than vulnerable damage, which is actually kind of funny. It's worse than overpower damage, which we actually try to force this build to overpower as often as possible as a way to legitimately scale it. It's worse than damage to crowd control. It's worse than damage to distant enemies. It is worse than ultimate damage, another temper that we would be using. It's just not the strongest option. It's even worse than like damage while fortified. If I were to find the blood finesse here, yeah, damage while fortified, nearly double the total bonus than damage for summoning. So tempers aren't going to increase our damage here. And we start looking at things like Kalan's Edict. Kalan's Edict increases your minions' attack speed in your minions' damage, and if one of your minions dies, enrages them so that they do more damage. But this is not summoning damage. Luckily enough, Dead Razor is actually a generic damage multiplier that says when your summons deal damage, they take more damage from you. So like, luckily this thing works for you, but nothing inside of the Cult Leader Paragon board works for this either. Cult Leader Legendary Node. Your minions deal increased damage. Not your summons, but your minions themselves. And if your minions gain attack speed, they would increase their damage. Attack speed doesn't help you to eat the corpses faster because your minions don't eat the corpses for you. There's just nothing to be done about the build. Not if you want to play it optimally. I have had people recommend using Cruor's Embrace, because Cruor's Embrace says casting Blood Surge will consume all of the corpses around you. And that's not a terrible idea, except that when we look at these gloves themselves, nothing that they do will scale our damage, and we're losing out on a damage aspect. And not a lot of people necessarily know this when they're considering And not a lot of people seem to consider this when they're thinking about like ways to make a build feel less bad. The pit is about playing the build as optimally as possible and making it so that you can do the most damage as fast as possible. It's the only way to push in the pit. So you're willing to make builds clunkier and clunkier if they're actually going to output more damage. You might say, well, Mac, that sounds like you're being hoisted by your own petard there, right? Maybe don't worry about playing so optimally. Maybe just enjoy playing the build more casually. That's the issue. This build barely does pit tier 75 while playing like a sweaty tryhard nerd. And if you take it out into open world content, you can't reset your cooldowns. Like if you take this out into Helltide and you cast your Army of the Dead, your great big ultimate skill to be able to kill everything on screen, one, not only is everything not just dying immediately like you think it should with an ultimate skill, but as you walk away, I now have multiple seconds of cooldown time to be able to deal with. Now, there are a ton of ways that I can make this better. I can throw on Blood Surge and Core's Embrace, and then I can use that to be able to eat enough corpses quickly enough to get the most damage bonus out of it, and then I can put on Flicker Step to be able to evade through monsters, be able to reset the cooldown fast enough. And that would be a lot of Hemen and Harn, that would be a lot of capitulation to take a build that, at best, is clearing slower than every other core skill, or even just plain minions that you could possibly run through here. The investment would not actually net you any benefit where you wouldn't just want to play a different build. As some people will say, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. So then the only thing it might be good at is either bossing or the pit, and it's not good at that either. So what is it supposed to do? And like one of the funniest parts about all of this is that like there's kind of an aspect that works that because very specifically I have minions out, my summons will do more damage. But then all of a sudden I'm dealing with Essence Drain, but there's literally just stronger options available because it's an ultimate skill. So even this aspect that's like earmarked for this build to work so that not only will my skill do damage, but my minions will do damage, also wouldn't even be the best thing for the build itself.
May your road be filled with one.
I'd even thought that I'd basically cracked the code. The Ring of Mendeln really doesn't care about the minion swinging it. Yes, it'll read the passives that they have, but scaling your own damage will increase Ring of Mendeln's damage since it all scales off of you. So I thought, I'll just have my minions out. I need to have them out anyways for Hellbent, and they'll just be there just to proc Ring of Mendeln and Lucky Hit Chance, and I'll scale my base damage to increase all of my damage, and all of that will work for Ring of Mendeln as well. The major issue being that if you don't actually build into your minions being able to do reasonable damage and getting up to reasonable attack speeds, not only are they terrible about putting out Ring of Mendeln proc rate, but they're also not great at scaling it. And again, increasing Army of the Dead's damage with our big two-handed weapon doesn't increase any other sources of summoning or minion damage that we're doing. So the build's just bad. And this is the best sword for it. And that's kind of the like sad irony of it all. I can't make a better build because this sword is the best build for Army of the Dead. The issue being that Army of the Dead is just not a good skill anymore. The changes to the Zan rune to stop the Druid and Cataclysm from permanently snapshotting on a single effect and then being able to use that throughout the entirety of the pit meant that Zan just does not snapshot anymore. It only allows you to overpower within a small window of time. And while I'm actually still using this on this build, because even overpowering once every like second or two on a couple of the explosions from Army of the Dead so vastly outscales the other damage that I would be able to add onto the build, that's actually just worth it, even without building into overpower, just getting enough maximum life, be able to gain the 80 or so times multi from the additive damage that we get. With the sad irony here being that Zan does not work for Mendeln procs. So while it will increase your base minions damage by allowing them to overpower for a 0.35 second window every couple of seconds, the Mendeln procs that would go off during that time wouldn't. So Ring of Mendeln was out, actually trying to scale my minions damage along with this was out, trying to have them be anything other than utility sticks was out, and what was I left with? I was left with a build that kind of casts Army of the Dead pseudo efficiently, that does a decent amount of damage when it goes off, but has no way of targeting the damage. It's really, really frustrating with a bunch of skeletons just kind of run off as opposed to running towards your elite monster and then explode without hitting anything. There are no utility tempers which increase its duration or its size or increase the number of skeletons that it procs. It doesn't uniquely or interestingly scale your minions damage in any meaningful way. It just does nothing. It's an ultimate skill that isn't used on minion builds because it's bad. It's not even good in the one build that tries to scale it. And the unique weapon that we got is going right back on the pile of unique weapons that we've got that nobody uses. Bloodless Scream, Sanguivore, Mortar Crux, Black River, Death Speaker's Amulet, just to name a few. We have a pile of unique items that all do something incredibly niche and specific. And it just turns out that if those things aren't directly scaling a primary method of outputting consistent damage, then they don't do anything. And this is just the newest edition of things that do nothing that we got and now just kind of don't get to enjoy. But now I have the proof of that in the season with insane gear, like a dual GA on the 2 best stats with the double masterwork crit on the required stat, multiple mythics, GA Hellbent Commander with good stats on it, GA across the rest of my gear, nearly triple masterwork crit on every single thing. At this point, if you had to put in this much time and energy in this many resources to get a build that struggled to maybe clear tier 80, I assume you probably wouldn't want to play that build particularly well. I assume you probably wouldn't want to play that build. So I'm going to beseech the developers again. Maybe they see this video. I am going to just send my feedback into them. But I'm kind of going to just rehash things that I said in the first video that I made about this weapon, where I said this thing's dead on arrival and it needs something significantly more. The 2 biggest issues with this sword is that it does not synergize with the primary theme, which is minions. The secondary issue is it does not have additional scaling methods that legitimately allow you to elevate Army of the Dead. And the third issue is that the primary gameplay loop is so nauseatingly bad, I, no joke, don't understand how this got past QA. Because there's nobody who sat there eating 20 corpses while their Army of the Dead was off of cooldown for a few seconds, clicked that button, and then felt rewarded. I just don't believe that that happened. So let's talk about the first one. If this sword is going to increase Army of the Dead damage, and thematically and mathematically, the exact same thing would occur if it were to just increase summon damage, then just swap it over to increasing summon damage. This will work for the vampiric curse souls that you're launching out that don't do anything. This will now work for your minions that are on your build, meaning that they would legitimately gain a scaler outside of Mendeln, which would actually be kind of interesting to see. And you would be finally incentivized to use Army of the Dead on a minion build as opposed to Soul Rift, because the number on this weapon would finally outperform the bare functionality of just that skill and the benefit of being able to put on another damage aspect. For issue number 2, if we're unwilling to just make this do all summon damage, so at the very least you would be able to use your minions as a legitimate source of additional damage on this build, then we need to make this sword do something within its theme to add on scalability. Sadly, right now, the only real option that you're allowed to do that with is by adding on the blood tag. Sanguivore, Blade of Zir. Blood Drinker Sword, the sword of the first vampire. If there's anything that is going to make your ultimate skill gain the blood tag, it's Blood Sword, Sword of the Blood Drinker. I already said this in my first video, and I don't like that every single skill in the Necromancer arsenal is slowly moving over to also it's a blood skill and now it can overpower. But I'll let you know, if this was a blood skill and it could overpower, I'd be using it on the only build that would matter, which would be Army of the Dead, Army of the Bloody Dead. It would go absolutely insano mode. This thing would be cracked. At that point, I'd recommend taking the damage multiplier down because obviously that would be way too strong. But number 3, the final issue, bare minimum. What this sword currently needs to at least get over the finish line of I'll stop complaining about how horrid it is to play with it, you need to do something that I would argue mixes in the minions and makes this playstyle loop significantly easier to deal with. Let's get rid of the vampire curseling. Let's get rid of the souls. Just kind of ignore all of that, honestly. You can leave it there because it's already coded, but let's make it so that when you were to cast Raise Skeleton, the Skeletal Priest will empower your minions into a Blood Rage, where they are more likely to overpower during that time, and this costs you, and this would require you to be able to consume 2 corpses at the same time. So just kind of put that into bullet points. Raise Skeleton will now consume 2 corpses to make your Skeletal Priest throw your minions into a Blood Rage. During this time, they will have an increased chance to be able to overpower. Now, we have some theming that isn't directly just tied to only blood. Minions being able to overpower hopefully will finally work with Mendeln, which I hope will also be able to overpower. I hope that's a bug and not by design choice. And all of a sudden, instead of having to cast Raise Skeleton 20 times, I only have to cast it 10 times, or 10 minus however many corpses were eaten while my minions were stomping on things. Gives this sword a way to be able to tie into an actual minion gameplay, offers us a unique way to be able to scale minions that we do not currently have access to, plays into the theme of the sword, and reduces the strain on the gameplay loop itself. We have a lot of things in the Necromancer kit right now, and just continuing to add on Erectus sets of just like random themes and random damage scaling is probably not the healthiest way of balancing everything moving forward. But at the very least, it would give this sword some kind of functionality that we can't get elsewhere, and again, would make me hate it less to actually play with it. So this is my number 2 rant about Sanguivore, the sword that when I first saw it said out loud, this does nothing and I don't know what it's supposed to do. Tested in the PTR and that was true, and have now tested in the live season and it continues to be true. I'm not trying to be an a-hole here, but this thing is it's just not good. It's just not good. It's not interesting either. It's just kind of confusing. It is leading a lot of players to think, hey, this is for minions, right? And then they put it on and they go, why am I struggling? I have an incredibly powerful unique that says 5 times damage. How is this not doing anything? And the answer is, Army of the Dead is bad. There's no way to increase its duration. The sword's bad, and it doesn't actually work for minions. Hey, if you're new here, and this is the first time you've ever seen any of my videos, I promise you, I don't try to be this down in the dumps. I try to just explore things and try to find ways to make them fun, but I didn't really get there with this one. But I do promise, if you like this or if you found the critique to be valid or informational, consider subscribing to the channel. It would mean the world to me. And go check out the other videos where I'm just enjoying myself. I was spamming on Bloodspear the entire start of this season, having a great time. I covered a lot of it. If you had any questions, you'll be able to find them in those videos. Leave a like on this video and leave a comment down below. You don't have to agree with me, but I would love to hear how you have experienced this sword, what your conclusions were, and what things you've tried to do to make it feel better for you. Thank you very much for watching this video. I truly hope that helps us to get a better Sanguivore in the future. And as always, I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Nitpick, thank you for the follow. It's heinous, boys. It's just heinous. Like look at look this gear. Are you kidding me? 8 out of 12 and 12 out of 12. 2 mythics. Perfect ancestral. What are we doing? Mushu, thank you for the follow. What are we doing here, boys? Excuse me.
My hammer sings on your return.
You know, like, yes, Fro. Do you have my BattleNet tag? I can't take it for free. I will buy it from you, though. I don't take handouts, but I do take homie discounts. That's a hookup. Pez with the 4 months. Pez, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you. Need your mount, Jeffy? Hey, Pez, enjoy your free HUD. Pez, were you here for my rant?
Hello.
Might be better if you weren't. Let's see this beautiful unique item. Is it account bound? I ignore your rants. No, that's okay. I rant a lot, so. No, I just doesn't say account bound? Okay. Oh, do you have it favorited? There you go. Here's 5 billion gold. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. No, if you're still here, I just put a lot of time and a lot of resources and a lot of masterworking into trying to make this work. And it struggled through a pit tier 75. So I'm just going to have feedback. Put this boy in here. All right, what's the next build? What's the next build? People are messing around with Soul Rift. I don't really want to do Soul Rift, if I'm being sincere. She my trap queen, let her hit the bando. Shade Mist. Shade Mist, sadly, is not a thing. Minions? Golem minions? Affliction, Infinimist, minions. Going from Army of the Dead to minions it hurts my soul a little bit too quickly. Minions, please. Well, do appreciate that you said please. She my trap queen, let her hit the bando. So the only issue with minions right now is that Mendeln doesn't overpower with Zan. Which is challenging. Corpse explosion build. You all hate me. Have I done Bloodlance? I will not be doing Bloodlance until the end. Sirach and Sar have already looked into it. It's already very lacking due to the changes. They just like killed the ability to actually do AoE damage at all. So we do double damage against a boss and don't do AoE damage anymore, which is very sad. How do you get over Andariel's poison in T4? Holy crap, it hurts. You don't get hit by it, or you generate barrier fast enough to offset it. Do Infinimist. We could try Infinimist. The issue with Infinimist is you want to use Fists of Fate, and the issue with Fists of Fate is that if you eat 5 corpses and cast Corpse Explosion and then roll a 1, you do no— oh my god, I'm all out of Opticite. I don't want to play Bloodwave. I don't think me covering Bloodwave is really going to bring too much more to the table as far as like understanding of it. We could do Sever. We could do Blight. Kind of want to do Blight. Blight's kind of nice for stuff. I could actually speed farm on Blight. We want to do Blight. We kind of want to do Blight. Blight seems good. We're gonna do Blight. We're doing Blight. Evan Piercer's still a thing that does all the damage for Blight? Yes. Yep. Oh, I have a really nice Evan Piercer, don't I? That one's pretty good. It is like a pretty significant drop in damage, though. I think I bought this for like 10 billion gold. No, 20 billion gold? No, 10 billion gold. That does 88% of its damage. That's fine. Quad GA is kind of insane. Is there a better one on the market? Let's see if I can buy a perfect. Refused to overpower on Sever? That's fine. Marketplace. Ebon Piercer. She my trap queen, let her hit the bando. Counting up, watch how far the bends go. Married to the money, I ain't never let it go. 7940. 7622? What is 7622? How do you ever get to 7622? I'll just use this one. Why? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Yes. What's the plan with Blight? Play it. Do it. Do it good. Oh, you know what? There is one issue with Blight. This is actually fine for Blight. There is one issue with Blight. What is the most fun build for Necro? There's no way for me to be able to answer this for you because I think Bloodwave is fun and other people think it's boring. Sever is my favorite build. I think you will have the most fun on Bone Spear because I think it is strong and engaging. But I can't tell you what is fun for you. No more AOTD. We did it. It's bad. AOTD, literally bad. Full investment. Weak build. Feels bad. Had to move on. So, one of the issues right now is that I can't use my Helm of Lucian, which is what I would want to use. So instead we're going to use Air of Perdition, sure. Shroud of False Death, obvi. Starless Skies, obvi.
Greetings.
Hello.
Married to the money, I never let it go. And I get high with my baby. I be in the kitchen cooking pies with my baby. Oh yeah. I can ride with my baby.
Have I tried Sever with the mobility aspect? I have not, because I fundamentally disagree that that's like a good way to play the build. So I just use Jaw Rune. Rusty, thank you for the follow. You know when Pez shows up to get their cool head trophy and they sub to you? I live a pretty cool life. You know, ignoring everything else, I got a pretty cool life. Ooh, I need a lot of attack speed though. Oh. I have those gloves. That I bought. Well, actually, I think Sirach just gave them to me. Now, all we have to do is roll a good stat on them. I roll them before. Yeah, I roll them before. Huh.
I appreciate that. Goodbye.
Did I just put maximum life on these? What up, Rusty? I bought Diablo 4 on Steam around February, took a long break, and now I'd like to play again. I can't log in, it crashes with an out-of-memory error. Can I ask you if you know what I can do to solve it? I reinstalled the game and verified the files, updated the drivers, also posted a ticket on the official forum, but nobody answers. It crashes with an out-of-memory error? Like you try to log in through Steam and it just crashes? I do not own the game on Steam and I do not know the bugs that are experienced with trying to launch it through Steam. So I do not believe that I can assist you. I would post like the Blizzard forums, I would check out the subreddit, and I would post to the Steam forums. Yes, Fro. The thing, core skills is one rank less than singular skill. Oh, additive damage. Yeah, you're so right, bestie. And we have to go chance to cast twice on our weapon. Do we? Do we? 16% damage loss. Is the ranks to Titanfall more? The ranks to Titanfall are absolutely worth more. 12 is 6 is 60 is 72. So it becomes 1.96.
Oh!
58% damage increase. But then how much of a damage loss is Reaper's Pursuit? Zareth, thank you so much for the follow. So Reaper's Pursuit at 5 skills is 130, so it's a 2.3 versus 2.3 versus a 38 times 5 is 150, 190, 2.9. It's only a 26% damage increase. So is a 1.58 multiplied by 0.83 ends up being 1.31, which is more than the loss from Reapers. And we'd still be at 48% chance to... Well, no, we would... How about I just triple masterwork this and we see what we get to? No, because then... What up, Zareth? Thank you for the follow. Rathma's Chosen proc doesn't apply to mages. Your minions inherit 100% of your stats. Increasing your attack speed increases their attack speed. Is there a way to unpin your character sheet? No, there is not. Does Rosti by chance have an Intel CPU? Wonder if they have issues with instability. I'm not sure. Maybe. Oh. What I masterwork on here kind of really determines what happens. I don't like that that happens.
There's a good one.
Ooh. If I perfect crit it, I'll run it differently. Okay. Okay. I know what I'm doing. Okay, so there's that. I can't gain unstoppable. No, I cannot. So I must use a regular also, I'm going to use better boots than these. Boots. That's good. That's exactly what I want, actually. Thank you. Thank you so much. Exactly what I wanted. Got him in one. Oh, I would like GA int. These are exactly what I want. Those are exactly what I want. Okay. So there's that. I need pants. Pants. I would like intelligence. Bada bing, bada boom. Need another ring. This is a ring doo 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 doo. This is a ring doo 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 doo. I'd reroll for intelligence. How much attack speed am I going to have though? How much attack speed do I realistically need is the question. Okay. That is 67 on this setup. I'll obviously be getting more when I master work. And the lovelings everywhere. Like no fun without a good scare. That's our job, but we're not in this town of Halloween. In this town, don't we love it now? Everyone's waiting for the next surprise. 9% attack speed right there is kind of a lot. Jump out of your screen. This is Halloween. Red and black and spider green. Aren't you scared? Well, that's just fine. Say it once, say it twice. Take a dance on holidays. Ride with the moon in the dead of night. How do we ever get to a lot of attack speed on this build? $91. Damn, Doug. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, that'd do it. Yeah, that'd do it.
In the case of nuclear or radiological fallout, people living around potential targets such as military bases and chemical plants may be advised to evacuate. Protection from radioactive fallout will require taking shelter in an underground area or in the middle of a large building. Fallout shelters can be any protected space where the walls and roof are thick and dense enough to absorb radiation. The more distance and time you put between you and the fallout particles, the better. Having a disaster kit ready will increase your family's chances.
In this town, don't we love it now? Everyone's waiting for the next surprise. Scream like I mentioned if you don't. Oh, whatever. There's a lot of them. Abyssal, Sacrificial, Eliminator, Scourge. Oh yeah, I have to level Scourge. Well, for multis, we have. Oh, we gotta mess around with corrupting. How quickly can I activate my boss power? How quickly can I trigger this? Because I would use, where is it? Because all of this might be for nothing. If I could actually apply this, well, it depends on, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Interesting concept. Oh, right, and we do Bone Golem Sacrifice. That's how we get our attack speed up. And we run Sacrificial, right? Okay. Time to test. I need... Please make way for a very special day. What am I doing with my life, honestly? That's not good enough. Hold on. Best way to farm mythic uniques: kill Belial in Torment 4 in a party of 4. Belial? Yeah. You can also do the mythic tribute if you have them on Torment 1. What was I looking at? Stats. Damn, I still need some attack speed. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. Well, before I do anything more, like, that much crazier. Oh, no. Okay. Well. Uh-oh. Well, that's gonna be good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey everybody, it's me, MacroBioBoi. You know, from the TV, I'm doing 16 billion DPS to this target. Just from my boss powers. Hey everybody, MacroBioBoi here. I'm doing 16 billion with a B DPS with just my boss powers. No.
I find things, even if they
No.
don't want to be found.
Oh. Ascetios. How's the build coming along? I think we're about to be building something significantly stronger than Blight. Which is better, Bloodwave or Bone Spirit? Bloodwave. Uh-oh. Ascetios. Oh, Skirios. No, this isn't bugged. I need to get into this dude. How do I get unhindered? Why does this have cooldown at all? Why does this have cooldown? Why? There we go. This has got to be so many more damage instances. Hey, no, that's cool. All right, I'm happy with that outcome. I prefer that outcome. I am more than happy with that outcome. Oh, where did I get all these points from? Oh, I see what's happening.
It's what I do.
Okay. Yeah, so it's... Oh, it doesn't spawn the blister, though? What's up with that? Yeah, I'm gonna need the blisters. Would you recommend other than Blood Spear or Blood Wave? What build would I recommend? Sever. Okay. So let me just explain what's occurring for people. And I guess let me very quickly do like... No, this is going to be, yeah, this is going to be better. It's not even close. Okay, so let me explain what's occurring here, so that people are up to speed. So, Barshan's lifesteal says, every time that you would activate your main boss power, you inflict nearby enemies with corrupting damage, so that's shadow damage over time, for 2 seconds. And it's activating your main boss power inflicts nearby enemies. Flesh Reaper says, damaging a vulnerable enemy removes vulnerable and stuns them and surrounding enemies. Stun applies 100% more stagger to bosses. That is cool. We do like to stagger, but that's not super important. We can remove vulnerable from the target 5 times per cast minimum. And up to a total of 10 times per cast because of Ebon Piercer. All 5 instances hit the target. Each one of them removes vulnerable to stun them, activating your boss power. Activating your boss power applies a shadow damage over time effect to things within your area. Vampiric Curse, from a Curse Touch, says that while Vampiric Curse is applied to the target, they are vulnerable. This target will be vulnerable until Vampiric Curse falls off of them. So while they can lose vulnerability, they are vulnerable. So it's triggering attempting to remove their vulnerability. And as such, applying Varshan to them. So every damage instance overlapping them during this time will be ticking to remove vulnerability. Removing vulnerability triggers the power, deals the damage. Then, we just have to scale corrupting damage in meaningful ways. And we have a lot of ways to scale corrupting damage. So we lose an aspect slot in one of these bad boys to trigger this. It doesn't look like it has exceptionally high lucky hit chance. Like, I'm not resetting my cooldown particularly quickly. Let me remove this. Yeah, it does not appear to have lucky hit chance. That's okay. It's doing 1400% damage. It's pretty strong. Blight does 337% damage. And this does it over 2 seconds. This does it over 6 seconds. This is applying just over like 55 and some change percentage per second. This is applying 700 damage per second. So what we go do now is we go win. We go win the game. Boop, boop. Oh, I'll be able to get armor. I don't need this for armor. So now we just go laugh. Laugh all the way to the bank. Bang, bang. Now I just got to go put some stats on my gear, get my 100% chance to cast twice active. Uh-oh. 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 Do you know what the update was? I think it was just like whatever things, like stability. Uh-oh, Ascetios. Let's look at Blight. How much attack speed do I have? Or do I need? Oh, skip. So here's the thing. Do I even want to use a two-hander? Because right now I can get up to 23 frames per attack. Or 20 frames per attack. Or 18 frames per attack. You know what? We're gonna see. Do I have a dagger? That isn't... Do I have a dagger that isn't Mortarcrux? I do. Ooh, I have a very good dagger. And do I have a good focus? Because I could hit 130 attack speed. Then I would be at 15 frames per second. And 15 frames per second would be pretty good. Let's just go see what this does. But what if we Mortarcrux for no reason? Mortarcrux for no reason. Can I actually maintain this resource? Start shit for no reason. I think we're hitting some kind of like ICD or something. I should be triggering this like an insane amount. I'm attacking at like a third of the attack speed. This will let me hit another attack speed break point, though. All right, what am I at for attack speed? 97. Okay, so hold on real quick. How's it going to do against bosses? Better than Blight would be doing by itself. And that is Fosoitin. Oh, we could also, hold on, we could actually get up to a pretty ridiculous amount of attack speed. We could get down to 14 frames. 1 out of 15. %. Hold on. We need a lot of these.
Thank you.
So I could get up to 130. No, I can't lose out on damned. But I can get up to 130 on my two-hander. On my Oh, do I have a perfect accelerating? I don't. Ahem.
Fairly well.
Trade. Diablo.trade. Diablo.trade. I need a perfect. Hey, does anybody have a perfect accelerating aspect? Needs to be 30%. Aspect. For no reason. Oh, yeah, give me this. Black Ochre, please sell me this immediately. Just so I can test it and it can be bad. Somebody has a perfect accelerating up for 300 million gold. So if you have a perfect accelerating aspect, I will buy it for 300 million gold. Oh. Never mind. He got back to me. Whoa, what are we doing out here? Crazy. I'm going to buy this aspect. I'm going to put it on. It's going to do nothing. I'm going to take it off. I'm going to move on with my life. I'm very excited. Perfect. No, Paragon is locked to 300 levels.
This is fine. As far as
Go, cat. All right, let's see. Damn it, I need restore. I need restore resource. Excuse me. I'm not sold on it being better. Hmm. $120 does get me 2. %8 increase in damage. The one and only Paul, thank you so much for the follow. All right, we're gonna go with a two-hander. We're gonna go with a two-hander. I'm not convinced that I won't want to swap it later, but we're gonna go with the two-hander for now. Not sure if you have to buy it or not. You don't have to buy it. It's a pretty cool game. Its endgame greater rifts are less interesting. That's like a more classic Diablo experience. Okay, so let's temper some stuff. Tempering. Utility. Soul Rift duration. Utility. Corpse tendril size. It's better. And blight size. Okay. Then we need, for offensive, we need damage while fortified. You know. There we go. For defensive, some total armor, sure. Mobility.
Father bless. What do you need?
Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. This one. Let's go, baby. Didn't screw me. So to start, I'm gonna go with Shadow for Blight Cast twice. That's not really what I want. Array, thank you so much for the gift sub. I thank you, thank you. Enjoy your free head. Friends starring a Necromancer, would you recommend Blood Spear or Blood Wave for group pits hordes? Blood Spear. What is the best improvement in D4 that Diablo 3 doesn't have aside for graphics? I think better itemization. I didn't play a lot of Diablo 3 though, but I think itemization is better here. $28. Ugh. Ugh. Look, thank you very much for the gift sub as well. Enjoy your free head. All right, do I try to roll for a higher blight projectiles? I think I do. That is higher. All right, I won't push my luck here. Oh, time to use all of my materials. I'm never going to play Bone Storm ever again. Yes. Accurate statement. I'm going to play minions.
What will it be?
I could use this for something else.
That there is worth the coin. Come back if you need work.
Oh, we don't really like have stuff.
Good fortune that is.
What aspect do we use?
If I cannot be in the wilderness, this will do.
Embalmer. Yeah, okay. Quick pass by, quick question. Skill trees and Bone Sphere Maxwell is correct. Equal to pre-mythic has more skills allocated than mythic. They have the same number of skill points allocated. In total, they are different pre-mythic to mythic. Can you be incredibly more specific? Mythic tree gives you 4 to spare. That is impossible. So you must not have put points into one of the skills because you have plus points. Like you have bonus skill ranks and you're going to the number, but the number is blue. So in the build guide, you can see that we've allocated 71 points. So you must be going to some number, not realizing that you have skill ranks on your gear, maybe. Having exactly 4 skill points says you didn't max out one of your skills to 5. I would assume it's Bone Spear, but I don't know. But this number is how many points are spent on the skill tree. And both have 71 spent. What up, Stout? Just on max roll, check the ring aspects under blood spear speed farming. Okay. What about it? Yep, the 2 trees are only different from Necrotic Carapace and drain vitality. Are you talking about my setup or the build guide on max roll stout? My planner or Sirach's? Build guide on max roll. So Sirach's build guide. Okay. Okay, so there's that. Now we need to add a couple things. We need to do our Paragon, obviously. I'm going to need to find some armor, but we have plenty space for that. Did I ever level up Abyssal? I did. I didn't level up. So I have Abyssal, Sacrificial, Eliminator, Gravekeeper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I need to level up the other one too, but that's okay. Excuse me. How am I overcapped? Boop, boop, boop. Here we go. Wither. Sacrificial. Flesh Eater. Blood begets blood. Okay. Thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, give me just a second. Can't be right. Frailty. Mighty, thank you so much for the follow. I was hoping for Army of the Dead to work out because the unique sword. Yeah, it's just very, very bad, sadly. Tez, thank you. How are you doing? Try with Blight key passive instead of Affliction? No, it'd be very bad. You mean Shadow Blight, right? Disvin, thank you for the follow. Okay, so at this point, I still need armor by a good amount, and I will need some res. Still need some armor, still need some res. Got a masterwork, obvi. 2300 int is enough to cap out wither. Yep. Alright, let's see. Okay. Okay, cool. Funnily enough, this will also make like corpse explosion build do damage. Does it trigger off of minions?
Be ready.
So Vito, you're saying me. You're talking about the build guide on max roll, right? Build guide on max roll, we show the skill trees for each setup in the variants. That's not me. I do not write this build guide. So let's not say me. It's not me. But I showed the skill tree. It's bad, geeky. So in the ancestral version, right? Oop. There's pre-mythic and mythic. They have the point in necrotic carapace. That's what that's showing. How'd Sanguivore video go? It's going to be very aggressive because I think it's a terrible item. Yep. I don't know what this is. This is interesting. I don't know what I'm looking at here. But yeah. What I think might be good is I would recommend going to the blue Discord, linking the guide, write out what you think the problem is, and tag Sirach, and he will take a look at it. Have I already made a build planner for the boss variant of Blight? There isn't a boss variant for Blight. So I have not done that, but it's because that is not a thing that we would have. Cax. What I'm currently doing with boss powers, have I already made a new planner and updated the build guide for the thing I'm testing right now? I have not. You are watching this in real time. This is we are discovering this together. Good enough. Would be this. What other rune word would I want to use? I mean, it's just gonna be Zal, I guess. For now. But what I actually want it to be is new minion aspect scale with all the minion multipliers. Yep. Yo, thank you, Ichinan. Go with this for right now. Let's go see what it does. Is 90 crazy? I do not have Ohm. I assume I want as many people here as possible. The fuck? Oh, did Soul Rift barrier drop? Right. I also didn't have a fortify. Okay, sure. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, I continuously stun them. Okay. How do I deal with that? I don't cast skills? Am I spawning the blood blisters? Oh, I'm not. Because I'm not hitting them. Oh, no. All right. Oh, that's why it wasn't working. I'm not hitting them with a boss power. What do you mean 600? It's not going to do nearly that much damage against a single target, which is why I wanted the blood blisters, but that was funny. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get to the boss with like 10 minutes left and then have to fight it for a solid 10 minutes. So we desperately need bosses that spawn yeah, it's basically like each monster doubles your damage. Alright. So we could just put a straight multi on. That would be good. Are there need to necro coming this Friday? I'm not sure what that means, Iron Rat. know why I'm getting popped though. Yeah, I'm just gonna add the multi on. Barrier gen from Soul Rift. Like, I don't know why it's weirdly like working worse here. I don't know what's up with that. Why am I getting popped? So we had this issue with yeah, so every 8 seconds the barrier you've generated from Soul Rift just drops. And that is obviously a problem. Yeah, we should probably do the vortex, because this is rough. Oh, I wonder if we can finally use that rune word that's like when you apply a crowd control. The barrier drop, so the barrier drop is working functionally like it should. It's just the worst version of this of this. It's like they have a difference of application of logic between should it be an individual stack or should it refresh. This is like an inconsistent design philosophy across the game. What aspect do you have on weapon? Damned. Mercenaries disabled? Nope. Oh yeah, we stagger so fast. You asshole. Okay, so with 3 deaths, I already can do a tier 90. And I'm actually missing a massive scalar too. Okay. All right, so this is good. That's good. Okay. So now that I have a better idea of what I'm doing, this doesn't work because we're not actually triggering it. So I could grant myself 20% damage multi. I could actually grant myself a barrier function. That is interesting. It's not really interesting, right? I mean, it might be interesting. All right, let's go. Let's go see if that's interesting. Will it be a video? Yes. What the short version of it? It's a shitty build. It's literally just bad at what it does. Spicken, thank you so much for the gift sub. I appreciate you. And thank you for the prime as well. Thank you very much. Welcome on in. The short version is it's a very bad build because the sword has a bad gameplay style. It doesn't do enough damage. It doesn't actually work with minions. And it doesn't, it's just bad. It's exactly as bad as I thought it was going to be. And on insane mythic 12 out of 12 masterwork, double GA Sanguivore on perfect stats gear, I can struggle bus to like hit tier 78. You're not asking the wrong questions. No, you're not bothering me, Vito. Just I cannot positively impact a situation for like a thing I have not made. This is a very good visual representation of how often this is triggering. Because it's not as fast as you think it is. Yeah, it has an upper limit. Although anyone could do this. And that's very interesting. Yes, we'll just add on a multi. And then I guess try the vortex, right? Yes, Andrew. Which one is vortex? Thank you, Stuffer. Wait, what rune is it? Grips, you want ads? Sure. Sure, we can run some ads. I mean, I am just testing a little thing real quick. Thank you for helping to support me by making people watch ads. Enjoy your ads. Eat them. Num 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 num. Thank you, Grim.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
Dela, thank you very much for the gift sub. I appreciate that. All right, be good, Grim. So Cax is allowing us to, or applying the crowd control is allowing us to proc Cax very quickly. Well, moderately quickly. Faster than I can support? Do I actually want Soul Rift? Ooh. Well, I just need to masterwork and then these will be better. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I'm kind of sold on inflict a crowd control. Cuz this just starts off the rip. And I think the vortex will help. All right, let's go run. Let's go run. Now that I understand the build better, let's go run one and see how it works. There should be a DPS meter. There sure should be. I agree emphatically. Later on, I won't need the lucky hit chance because I'll be able to have master crit on attack speed, and then I can use a different one. So I could either use like further resource cost reduction or just more maximum life or something like that. Oh, this is about to be silly. As long as I don't die like an idiot. Oh, oh, what's happening? Oh no, oh no. What was that? Uh-oh. What happened there? What's happening? Oh no, I might be triggering too many things. Also, Vortex is insane, huh? Something very weird is happening. Can't quite put my finger on it. What, like, what was that? Oh, that was Subo. Okay, at least that one I know what's happening. I think I'm triggering too many events. Something is off. Don't know what yet, but it is something. Uh-oh. I've no joke. I've actually never used Vortex. This thing is crazy. Could be like perpetually vortexing. That just doesn't do anything to increase my damage output. It kind of does, just not against a boss. Hello everybody, my name is MacroBioBoi. I would like to fight all of you, thank you. Dude, the moment that she summons any adds, it doubles the damage like per ad. It's crazy levels of damage scaling. Hello, is that another person? Oh, you messed up. Why'd you bring other people to this fight? You silly Billy. Oh, but you can't apply the crowd control when they're staggered. That makes sense. Oh no, I can't apply crowd control at all to them. No, it is? Hold on. Oh, this doesn't trigger on the boss. That makes sense. I mean, not really, but like also kind of short. God damn it, Lilith. Why are you always... Not when all of our ads are here. No. No. That's my DPS window. You monster. You took everything from me. Oh, yes. Bring in the ads, please. Yes. Just quadruple my damage output against her. Please. And I'm just not triggering Cax against her. Except when she has ads. Oh my god. Blight on a boss that summons ads. Blight on Spirit Caller? Blight is cracked. Holy. Yo, Blight? Blight? I gotta show you this, Sarah. I have to show you this. Hold on. God, I wish we could inflict crowd control on the boss. Is it Blight or the boss power? Shush, 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 shush. Shush, shush. Shush, 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 shush. Shush, shush, shush. Shush, 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 shush. Don't shush, 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 shush. Okay, shush, shush, shush. Shush. Don't be asking silly questions like that. Shush, shush, shush. I don't know what the top end of the damage. I'm gonna walk into here. I'm gonna die. I just want to see if we can damage the monsters in here with enough overlap. Also, wow, that was a great focus. The embalmer is so I can solve the barrier issue once I have more skill points. So Blight has no right being in a 105. Just absolutely no right. Zero question. But I did just hop out at 2 trillion DPS against that guy right there. I need more men. Okay, now where do I top up? Yeah, so here's the issue. With enough monsters, I'm at 2 trillion DPS. Once they go away, not so much. And the major issue is I can't force more enemies to be here. But against the single target, we're back down in like the, 2 to 400 billion range. Yeah, you pull the entire map, and then it needs to be Spirit Caller, and I need to get Tomb Lord. Shadow Blight would not help now. What up, Blue Eyes? What build would I prefer if I want to speed farm Pit? Probably Blood Spear. That's interesting. I think we can all agree it's interesting. I think everybody's on the same page here. It's interesting. What are better for casual players, Barb or Necro? I think Minions is the most casual build you can play, so I'm gonna say Necro. I'm gonna say that. I'm not gonna support it. I'm not gonna defend it. You have to do those quests, Paul. You have to do the quests if you want to get the benefit from them. I think additive is my biggest source of damage right now. Awesome, Blue Eyes. What gear do I need to change build from Minion to Blight or Sever? I don't know how to answer that question in a meaningful way. So each one of our build guides has a starter set of gear, and then an ancestral set of gear. You need that gear to get it started. Nobody mentioned it in any progression guide. You get priority quests. It's like the game tells you, but also I think Riker's How to Get Started guide includes it. Do I think Blood Surge has potential to push high pits? If you mean the highest pit, no, it does not. It is firmly an A tier build. I'm on Torment 1 at Paragon level 83. When should I go next level? When you have the gear to be armor and res capped in Torment 2, and killing monsters is not more than 50% slower. Yeah, no problem, Andrew. What's the tech behind the build? Damaging a vulnerable enemy removes vulnerable. Monster who has Vampiric Curse on it is permanently vulnerable. Activating your main boss power applies a powerful dot. You can trigger this about like 5 to 6 times per second. So I'm triggering 6 of these per enemy per second, and they deal damage in AoE. Have them all maxed? Yeah, if you run bosses, you get a megaton of dust. Oh, it's 10 p.m. Uh-oh. Well, 1, my girlfriend's gonna hate me. 2, I haven't eaten since noon. That's not good. And Rax with the big raid right as I'm realizing I haven't eaten in 10 hours. What's going on, you beautiful individuals? Welcome to Blight Necromancer. I can get this dot going up to trillions of damage per second because this game's cracked. And we put together some puzzle pieces that are very interesting. I'll go ahead, I'll show it to you. Every enemy I add to my equation doubles my damage. So when we are ticking at 730-ish there, hold on, let me get my buffs up. Oh, that was a trillion on that one. Hold on. Gotta keep my buffs up. There we go. Bump it up to that trillion, doing trillion DPS with 5 enemies on screen with a dot, which is crazy work. Rax, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Rax's best friend, MacroBioBoi. Hey, folks. I'm also Rax's best friend, Riker. It's a pleasure to have you all here. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Today, we received a candle. Mother's Day candle. Now, you've seen other people get this candle, but you haven't heard the best thing yet. It smells like Hot Topic. Shout outs to Hot Topic. It smells like teenage angst. Welcome on in, everybody. I appreciate y'all being here. I hope you had a great stream, Rex. I hope you're going to sleep. Say hi to Sarah for me. Have a good night, my friend. Appreciate you for coming through. If you don't know me, again, my name is MacroBioBoi. I'm the Necromancer class lead for Max Roll. You might have seen me live streaming with Rax when we went out for the Spiritborn reveal. You might have seen me on some Max Roll stuff, on some podcasts. You might have seen me leaving your house after taking your mom out on a wonderful date where I treated her very nicely and didn't even slip her any tongue. I appreciate y'all being here. We are trying out some shenanigans on Blight Necro. We can do some interesting stuff here. Damaging a vulnerable enemy removes their vulnerable and stuns them. This says every time that you activate your boss power, you apply a huge amount of dot damage. And Vampiric Curse says as long as you have Vampiric Curse on a target, they're vulnerable. So you are permanently removing the vulnerability and reapplying the vulnerability of the target. And you're able to trigger this about like 6 times per second, so it does dot damage in an area around you while this is happening. And if you stack your damage up right, you can get your dot build doing trillions and trillions of damage, just like there. 4 digits with a B, that's trillions, boys. The only thing that's bad about it is as you lose enemies, your damage goes down because they all trigger individually. And then when you brought back down to regular one, you're only doing like, you know, regular billions of damage as opposed to trillions. And unlike the billionaires want you to think, the difference between one letter and another letter is 1,000 times as much. Never forget, billionaires don't love us. They have money they could never possibly spend in the entirety of their lifetime. And yet we must beg for scraps. This no joke smells exactly like a Hot Topic. It's crazy, actually. But here's the thing that sucks, all of you beautiful people being here for the first time. I'm also logging off. I just realized that it's 10 p.m. my time. I haven't eaten since 11:30, and that's not a joke. I just haven't eaten since 11:30, and that's not great. I don't like that. Shaki, thank you for the follow. But what I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna leave you high and dry. I'm going to ask if you haven't already, click the heart on the stream. You don't want to miss out when I go live. Stream Monday through Friday, 1 to 7 p.m. ET. At this point, I play all the ARPGs, but basically I only play the Necromancer. So in Last Epoch, you know, I'm playing the Acolyte. In Path of Exile, I'm playing the Witch. I've been typecast. I'm like Daniel Radcliffe. And at some point, I'm going to have to dance naked with a horse on a stage. Shoutouts to Equus, am I right? But let's bring all of you over to another person who is equally as deserving of your love. That's going to be my boy Sirach. All right, let's go hang out with Sirach. I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for the follow, Shurik. North Lane, I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Y'all are beautiful people. I appreciate your silence as well. If I had to try to talk to all of y'all while I am in food deprivation, I would probably pass out. Let's go hang out with Sirach. Sirach is another one of my Necromancer writers here on Max Roll. He wrote the Blood Spear Guide on Max Roll. We've been collaborating a lot over the season start with that one. So if you haven't seen it, ask him about it. He will be more than excited to tell you about it. I appreciate y'all. I just realized I haven't masterworked this gear.
Mostly.
Huh. Yeah, this build gonna do some damage. This build gonna get out there. But all right, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kap kun krap, sawadi, gute Nacht, hasta mañana. Oh, what is tomorrow? Oh, tomorrow's Friday. I gotta see my grandmama with my sister. My sister's up visiting, so I gotta go see my grandmama. But I'm going to I'll be on later after that. Oh, but then I have PAX. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I have a video about the new Sanguivore sword coming out tomorrow. If y'all want to hear about that, you can see that. I appreciate y'all being here. Much love. Treat yourselves well. You know, fuck the oligarchy. Working class need to stick together. This is not left first right, it is up first down. Look out for people in your community. You are so much closer to your neighbors than you are to any billionaire in the universe. All right? Treat yourselves well. Love, be empathetic, be patient, and try to sit down and have a drink before you get up and have a fist fight. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Have a good night.